And there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there, and here I am right here, and hopefully there you are watching. Firstly, to the thing showing on the screen, please like, share, and subscribe, and let's have this conversation. So let's have this conversation. The conversation wraps around this BBC documentary just recently released. So we're going to be having a look at that, seeing what we're making of it. So now this BBC documentary that speaks to the relationship between the black indigenes of South Africa and somewhat black migration into that space. So it's a migration narrative, which is not a new dynamic into the space. So it's a migration narrative, which is not a new dynamic, but the twist to it, the quirk to this particular narrative is that it's migration of blacks into a black dominated country. So how that plays out, we're going to get into that, and we're going to get into that off the back of a BBC off the back of a BBC documentary that has just been recently released. But before we get into the BBC documentary, let's watch this. Let's watch this as a precursor. So this is like an aperitif, an appetizer to the main dish. Watch this.
Okay, right, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umbalo Suntolo Omolono. I'm from South Africa. I will have to tell you the reason why our South African men are killing the Nigerian men. This is because the Nigerian men are very good. They are gooder than the South African men. Our South African men, they don't take care of us more than the way the Nigerian men do.
Oh, all right. So there it is. So that's somewhat of a backdrop to it. But let's get into the main dish of it. So that's somewhat of a backdrop to it. So that's uh, uh, um a local South African woman speaking of somewhat that immigration sort of a narrative. But let's get into this BBC documentary, which is going to form the hub of this interaction. So let's bring it up. So let's bring it up. So we're going to be reacting somewhat to this BBC documentary that is being led by this lady called Ayanda Charlie. Ayanda Charlie. So you'd have wondered if the name should not be the other way around, Charlie Ayanda, but apparently Ayanda Charlie. So what strikes first? The reason why I've brought this particular still as the thing to kick this video off is just how striking this lady is. So it is not often that you see a black woman wearing a skin cut. So she's wearing somewhat of a skin, bald-headed sort of skin cut, which she carries off, but it is not often. It is not often that you see a black woman rock that look. So we acknowledge that as we listen to her. So watch this.
Contact details with him. And it seems that this is a typical kind of patrol operation that they do. Official figures put the number of migrants in South Africa at 3.6 million people. But with 1 in 3 South Africans out of work, migrants have become an easy target. As night falls, the team sets off for the high street. They want to find the owner of a local shop who they say has information about a recent stabbing.
As we've been walking down the main road and passing shops.
All right. Before we go any further, there's a certain sort of a rhythm to the South Africa. If you're a Nigerian, you remember Festac 77. If you're of a certain vintage, that is, if you're a Nigerian of a certain vintage, You remember Festac 77 when we brought in a whole troop of these South Africans into Lagos, and they introduced us to that Ipitombi sort of music. So they have this sort of tonality to their musicality that is unique and peculiar to that space. So it's quite a real treat when you hear it sometimes. But let's get back to it.
Owned by foreign nationals. This group has been singing songs that contain slurs and also shouting very pointed slurs. Things like "F you foreigners" or "Foreigners must leave."
I'm trying to get the owner of the shop. So if I get the owner of the shop, I want to engage with him so that he can tell me who's the owner of this building.
Why?
I've got a commander. His son was stabbed by the Somalian guy. So 5 boys were in hospital, stabbed by one person.
It's all very confusing, and there are no police in sight.
Why are you getting involved? Because even with the owner,
it's our community.
But it's not your role.
Yeah,
Locally, it's not your role.
Yeah, but it's our community. We have to stand for these kids who are 16 and 14 years who are stabbed here.
This is mob justice.
We're trying to make sure that these people who are foreign nationals are respecting us and we are protected in our society. The next one.
So there it is. We want to make sure that these people who are foreign nationals are respecting us, and we're protected within our own country. So that's what that lady said. So if you've ever wondered what a dog whistle is, that's a dog whistle right there. That's a call to action. So on the surface, of course, there is nothing wrong with saying we would like these foreign nationals to respect us. Who would not want a foreign national, as somebody that's left their own space, to come into your space to respect you? Of course, there's absolutely no fault in that. And then to assert your right as a citizen of that space, there's no fault in that as well. But if you look at the militancy of that march alongs, whatever it is that they're doing, and just the texture of that space, that's a dog whistle right there. That's a call to action, and that is a call to attack. So it's a dog whistle call to attack wrapped under some sort of altruistic language.
As they move on, they head towards a spot they say is notorious for drug dealing.
This corner is where you see a lot of drug activity.
It's where they buy drugs here. White people, our kids, African, but no foreigners. The foreigners are selling, but our people.
All right. So there it is right there. The foreigners are selling, but our people are buying. So I mean, you could take it all the way back to the Adolf Hitler sort of speech pattern. You know, it's that demarcation between them and us. So you have us being this puritanical sort of saintly sort of beings, and this sort of creatures from the back of beyond, who are these foreigners. They've come to infiltrate that your purity, and by way of infusing drugs into your community. So that's sort of the loose understanding of it. Let's welcome Austin before we carry on. Austin, I take it you've seen this documentary before. What's your initial take? Austin, good to see you. Austin AK. Can you speak? Oh, okay. I think I think Austin may not be ready. Hopefully people can hear us. But I think Austin may not be ready for us at the moment. So let's carry on.
They are not selling; they're just buying and eat drugs.
Tell me, what hope do you have?
The hope that we have is that the government will end up getting our message as a community that he has to fix where there is a problem. He has to.
All right. So the hope that she has is that the government will intervene and address this drugs problem. Which of course has been brought in by foreigners, but it has not really. The South African nation has always had a drugs and more to it an alcohol problem. They've always had a drugs and alcohol problem, and there are no data that I am aware of, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. There are no data to say that since now migration has been coming into South Africa, the drugs and alcohol problems has increased more than it traditionally was. So there are no records to show that, as far as I'm aware. And if there is, then you bring it to me. But really, it is an abdication of responsibility. It's the failing within their society. It is, I am not taking responsibility for this, and then we pack it on the foreigner. So she's now inviting then the government to take action.
To make sure that he come to us and see the way we live. It's what we're hoping that tomorrow it won't be like today.
You've seen members of Jujula attack people who are even street vendors, innocent people, and intimidating them and even physically attacking them. What do you say to that?
We do lose emotions, but it's not that we're saying I promote violence and stuff. We don't do that. We don't promote violence at all. We don't.
I'd heard reports there'd been a recent Dudula attack at this market.
No, we walk the talk. Yeah.
Well, you lead the way.
Yes.
All right.
I've come to meet Annie, who's a campaigner for migrant rights.
These guys are always on edge.
Yeah. Have you noticed that in every situation there's always an Annie that is a campaigner for whatever right? And by the way, I'm sure she's doing it for all the right reasons, but really, there's always a lot of money, because you get a lot of grants, etc., from all those human rights sort of spaces. So I'm sure she's doing it for all the right reasons, but there's always an Annie Michaels in every situation campaigning for the other side.
They're always on edge for whatever might happen.
How long has this market been here?
I think it's 8 years.
And only recently did South Africans try to reclaim it.
Yeah, they found out that selling second-hand clothing is a very lucrative business. Hello, how are you doing? I'm fine. How was things going? Is it your stall or this one? Remember when those guys from Dudula was here? When they tried to take your stuff?
We won't show you if you don't want us to show you. We won't do it. Yeah, it's okay.
People are understandably reluctant to talk.
So you're saying that someone who's willing to speak to us?
Yeah. He's the one who was tased. They tased him.
He was tased?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'm not going to show your face.
Yeah. They destroyed all my clothes.
When was this?
On Sunday.
What did they do to the clothes?
They put it in this gutter.
On the gutter?
And washed it.
You have.
That's an unmistakable. That sounds almost like a Nigerian accent. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds like a Nigerian accent right there.
Been able to make a living.
Yeah, have you turned up the volume to the top?
Yeah,
Sorry, you're there, Kaiser. I didn't see you there. What did you say?
Is the volume all the way up on YouTube?
Oh, all right. Let me check. No.
How much?
Is that better?
Much better.
All right.
What did they say when they were shooting and
They
attacking?
said, You must go to Nigeria. We are Dudula. We are South Africa.
They were wearing the t-shirts.
Now I'm sleeping in the city.
Have you your passport or your asylum?
I vote in this country.
Yeah.
I'm a citizen here.
Oh, you are a citizen?
Yes.
Did the Dudula people, did they ask you if you were a citizen?
I wonder if there's a pathway to citizenship in South Africa, because that guy speaking there unmistakably not South African. We know the tonality of a South African accent. That sounds more like a Southwest African sort of accent, almost certainly a Nigerian Southeastern accent. But he's now claiming citizenship of that country to the point that he has the ability, the opportunity to vote. So is there a pathway to South African citizenship for migrants?
They didn't. I never see a country treating people like this. If I'm doing something illegal, fine, hold me. I'm doing illegal thing. But now I'm not doing illegal thing. Now you make my life miserable. I cannot pay my rent. So I want to go. It's too much.
You're saying you want to leave?
Yeah. What did I do?
Right. So he says he wants to leave, and there's a guy that comes on the one-man platform. He's lived in South Africa. He's a Yoruba guy. He's lived in South Africa for years and years, left about 2 years ago, and he cannot abide even the term South Africa. He loads that space just off the back of the sort of treatment that he received when he resided there. But what's the attraction in South Africa is the thing. So yes, they have a decent economy, but they don't have the strongest economy in Africa. So what is the attraction of South Africa to other Africans that they are willing to endure this level of just debasement in order to live amongst these people?
Thank you for your time and all the best. It's very difficult being here, speaking to older men who are old enough to be my father and my grandfathers, right? Who are talking about being victimized, who've been here a long time, who are trying to make a living for themselves and their families, but are being harassed. I myself was raised poor. I come from a township. I still have family, who are impoverished and who are in the township. It's none of those reasons feel good enough to victimize people.
Zandile Dabula is the Secretary General of Operation Dudula and one of its founding members.
Hello. Things that you were supposed to do.
Yeah.
And we'll just be here.
Yeah.
She helps to.
All right. Let me just make the distinction of just as an aside. Let me actually bring it back just a tad.
Zandile Dabula is the Secretary General of Operation Dudula and one of its founding members.
Hello. Things that you were supposed to do.
Yes, that's the profile I wanted. So let me make the distinction between two female African types. So to this side, you have a striking Amazonic sort of traditional Black African female, which largely the sort of types that Africans generally gravitate towards. Maybe she's a bit taller than the average African woman, but that sort of body shape, frame, profile is the preference sort of the Black African sort of a person. So now you have on this side now this somewhat funkified, Europeanized, androgynous sort of a look. I'm not sure about her sexuality. These are the anchor lady, and I'm not especially bothered about her sexuality. But really, it's just that distinction then between these sort of two African types. Because really, in terms of body shapes for the Black African type woman, these are pretty much are the choices that you have. The voluptuous sort of figurine sort of a figure, and you would probably describe this one as a statuesque. So that's really just sort of that's the choice for the Black African. Essentially, that's what I'm really wanting to land on. But let me carry on.
Yeah. And we'll just be here. Yeah. She helps to coordinate the activities of Operation Dudula all across South Africa. Okay.
So yeah, she's a journalist.
We're just going to be here for maybe like about 2 hours, just observing. I'm just here to learn more about her. We've been in long negotiations to get this access, but the Dudula people are still clearly suspicious. So right now you're going to look into the WhatsApp messages that you got.
Yeah,
the
now
tip-offs.
the tip-offs.
Mhm.
Then we check who's the owner of the house.
Okay.
Then we take it from there.
All right. We're being filmed the whole time. Is this the Dudula WhatsApp line?
This is a
How does it
Dudula
work?
WhatsApp line. There was a poster that circulated with these numbers to say if you know of a house, of an RDP house specifically that foreign nationals are living in, let us know. Give us the exact address and the exact place. Then we will come through.
So RDP housing is social housing in South Africa. It's a house that South African citizens are issued for free when they can prove that they cannot afford their own home, as Uzandile has just mentioned.
So now I need to go through these responses.
It's a lot of
and
responses.
see, it's a lot of responses. Okay, so now this one, she's giving us the house, the particular house, and wanting to know how they managed to get the RDP house.
So you did hear that right. They're actually inviting people to report foreign nationals living in social housing to this right-wing organization in South Africa. They've set up some sort of a WhatsApp sort of a system for South Africans to report, and you heard that right, to report non-indigents living in sort of a social housing in order that this right-wing organization can go there and confront them.
Because the husband is from Swaziland and the wife is from Lesotho, so they obviously both foreign nationals. We'll check that one.
Are these messages coming from all over the country?
Sure.
Once you've gotten a lead on an RDP house that has foreign nationals living in it, what happens next?
So once we get the information, Solomon will now phone that person that sent the message to find out who lives in the house, how many people are there, and for how long have they been living there, whilst I check on the system if I can manage to find the owner of the property, so that when we go there, we know what is it that we have to expect.
You're calling a member of
I'm
Dudula
calling a
in
member
Springs.
of Dudula in Springs. Khuluma no SG. Uyangizwa? Angeke ukhona ukudriver maspeed inyana nje ukuya lapha extension 3. Okay, akunastress. Kuzongithatha isikhathi singakanani? 5 minutes. Oh, but anyways, because in a driver it's in brief. Sifuna ukuchecka ukuthi ubani umnikazi waleyana, ne? Yeah. Because RDP but bathi bachashisa ama foreigner, ne? Yeah. But lo muntu loyo.
So first, we have to be clear on what illegality is taking place here. So firstly, does the South African system facilitate for non-indigens to be able to access social housing? So can they apply for social housing and get it legally and legitimately or not? So that's the first thing we need to understand. And if they are not, and that, in fact, it doesn't really relate, but secondly, if somebody has social housing, are they allowed to sublet it to a third party? So are they allowed to do that? So those are two spaces really that are this particular space is questioning. Non-indigents, are migrants allowed to apply and access social housing in South Africa legitimately? And if and then the second question: if somebody has social housing, can they sublet it to a third party? So if those two questions are yes, then I don't really understand then what this agitation is. So if they're allowed to legitimately apply for social housing in South Africa, then they're within rights and law to be resident in whatever social housing they've been allocated. And if a social housing or sort of a owner, if that person is allowed to sublet to a third party, then it's immaterial if that third party is a migrant or not. Do you see? But let's carry on.
Yes. Sikipe. Yeah, ithi ngena umunye ongafaka ngesikipa. Sharp sharp.
She said that she's wearing a Dudula t-shirt and you told her to take it off.
Because foreign nationals, when they just see the Operation Dudula t-shirt and they know there's trouble. So we don't want them to be suspicious that there's an investigation happening. We just want them to give out as much information as they can. Then only we can reveal ourselves that we are Operation Dudula and we're now here to work on that house.
Okay.
Here's my banner there.
You have a banner?
Nah, yeah. Commander morning. Commander morning. Dijani.
This is Dimakatso, the voice on the end of the phone just now, and one of Zandile's loyal foot soldiers.
Uti, why did you put the banner here?
I always put the banner.
Why?
But whoever, lama foreigners are taking salana.
Oh.
Yeah, they must know Guti Tutula is here.
So this is to keep them away?
Yes. This place is full of foreigners, which is not fair, really. This is their country. I cook for the students. This is where I cook. This is the cafeteria.
Okay.
Yes. These are the students.
Okay.
Okay.
We are in Dimakatso's kitchen where she works out of. She caters for the cafeteria here at this college, but she also cooks meals for young people who are living on the streets and are
Okay, let me pause it there for a moment. I just want to read out. I just want to read you this little bit from Wikipedia, and then we'll watch through the interaction with this lady, who, by the way, is on the thumbnail of this stream. So we watch through the interaction with this lady, and then we start to take commentaries from the people assembled so far. Let me read you this. Let me read you this. So this is this Operation Dudula, as they term it in South Africa. So Operation Dudula is a vigilante organization turned political party in South Africa, widely recognized as being xenophobic. The group has been linked with violently threatening and targeting both legal and illegal migrants. The group blames South Africa's porous borders, lenient immigration practices, and the presence of migrants from many of South Africa's South Africa's social issues. Operation Dudula was established in Soweto, a township in Johannesburg, but has since spread to other parts of the country. Dudula, meaning force out or knock down, is in isiZulu and refers to the movement's goal to expel migrants. Although they have been accused of violently sorry, I can't get the words out. Although they have been accused of violently targeting immigrants, Operation Dudula denies having any connection with xenophobic motives. So that's just essentially just who they are. So that's what that organization is all about. So let's get back to it.
also living with drug addiction.
So I'm doing chips now. Some of those kids who are on the streets, it's not by their choices that they want to be on the streets. Most of them, they've got qualifications. They can't get jobs. they are frustrated actually. So thus they decided to smoke. I feel for them because my own child is also an engineer and he's a drug addict. He started smoking drugs when he was 14 years old. He got injured while he was on the streets. This is when he got banned.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What happened?
He said because he didn't have something to eat or to smoke, actually. Then he went out and he went and stole cable. Then not knowing that by that time the power is coming back, that's when the power
Wow.
struck him. And this is him.
So now there's the narrative that this particular storyline is more a storyline of a failure in parenting than anything else, and it speaks to that single mother sort of a narrative. So essentially, this woman is a single mother who has struggled and failed to keep her son on the rails. So the son has fallen off the rails and fallen into that drug system. And rather than taking culpability, accountability for that, she immediately latches onto the Dubula or Dudula narrative and blames it on the foreigners. So the son, I'm not quite sure how old the son is, but let's work on the premise that the son might be well in his mid 20s thereabout. So if he was addicted to drugs at the age or by the age of 14, then that tells you then that long before even migration became a thing in South Africa, that son was already on drugs. So South Africa have long had a history and a problem with drugs and alcohol long before migrants started to stream in.
Do you know what exactly he's smoking?
He said he smokes, what is it? Is it crystal? He said it's crystal, nyaupe, dacha, whatever that he gets, that's him.
I'm so sorry.
Because he wasn't born like this. And he is an intelligent somebody, you know. Then I don't know what went wrong. Then
doesn't that strike you though? That pretty much is the what that woman just said there is the narrative of every parent loved one of every criminal type. He was a choir boy. He was such a good guy. It was brilliant at school and well loved. The serial killer, the serial raping, rapist, and all of that. If you go to their backdrop, speak to their parents, their loved one, that's exactly what they say. Oh, he was such a good boy, so brilliant, kind to the neighbors, loved by all.
to tell you the truth, I hate foreigners. I hate foreigners.
Oh, all right, and that's a good spot to pause it for a moment. So let's bring Snake Man in. Snake Man, I'm sure you've seen this documentary probably more than once, but what are you making of it? I hate foreigners. She pauses to take a breath, looks to the skies, and in choked voice, repeated, I hate foreigners. What's going on in South Africa, Snake Man?
I'm not in South Africa, and this is the first time I'm seeing it. But I know these people. Like I'm here in Germany, and many of the low class or low IQ people, they have the same mentality. You must understand, if you are not in charge and you have no power, in some shape, way, and form, you have to cope. If you don't deal with the problem, the only way you can deal with it is in coping. And the problem I have is, and there's nothing like the beef in South Africa. I don't really care is if you hate foreigners that much, then why is your organization only targeting a small group? Like you are not targeting the foreigner who actually exploit your country, the shareholders, the company owners. That is what that was they're
Yeah, but
doing.
they're sorry, Snake Man, but they're targeting a specific problem in their country, which is wrapped around drugs, which they are blaming foreigners. And if we want to really narrow it down, Nigerians for.
No, but the problem is then why not targeting the truck cartels who bring in the trucks in tons? Why not targeting the corrupt? Why are you not targeting the corrupt officials who allows the truck cartels to bring in the drugs into South Africa? That's what I mean. What they're doing is literally low IQ, make no difference, just coping. It's not efficient. Like, did you maybe they're actually doing it? Maybe this video is not the full picture. Maybe they are campaigning to get behind the entire drug structure because you see we once had a trade map open in South Africa, and you could see that from all over the country, from China, India, South America, trade comes in. So maybe they're campaigning for a better overview of what illegal trade comes into South Africa. But what they're doing right now, it's absolutely useless. It's literally useless.
Yeah, but there's always been that anti-foreigner xenophobic sort of a narrative. In fact, when you think of the word xenophobia, you immediately subconsciously think of South Africa, don't you? There's always been that recoil from foreigners in South Africa. But what is actually curious is that they recoil from Black African foreigners more than anyone else. So I don't see them attacking the German who's come to live in South Africa or the Brit, etc. It's usually their fellow Black sort of types that they seem to target these things against. So what do you think is responsible for that?
Well, once again, I have nothing against, how do you call it, xenophobia?
Xenophobia.
Xenophobia. I have nothing against it, but once again, I'm a pragmatist. If you have xenophobia, use the tool correctly. Don't use it to cope. Don't use it to hunt after a delusion. Like this single mother here, instead of saying, man, I wish my husband would still be around, maybe my son would have grown up to be a functional member of society. Instead of that, to say, I hate foreigners. You can literally see, just replace I hate foreigners with I hate my husband who left me.
Or I hate myself, really, is what she's saying. I hate myself for not being able to, to handle my son and let him go this way. That's really what she's saying. But let's bring FM into the conversation. FM, I'm not sure if you're there. FM. All right, let's go to Al. Al, come in. What are you making then of this South African narrative? I hate foreigners. I hate foreigners.
Good afternoon, one man, and once more, thank you very much, you and Kaiser, for what you're doing. You're actually putting all the narrative out there really straight, right? And it seems like this is what we call hot seats or straight talk. All the facts are coming out here. No propaganda, no narratives, none of that. I'm glad you're actually exposing the truth on your platform, and I hope, I will try from now on try and bring enough people for you in on here, and your platform actually gain a lot of support. But first of all, Snake Man, what you said earlier, you took the word out of my mouth, really. I mean, how can they target their own African brothers that helped them, during the apartheid, especially Nigeria? Nigeria helped South Africa during the apartheid. How can you go out in the street and target them when you got white people that actually own almost every piece of your land and exploiting your country and pushing your people in the shanties, into deprivation to a point where they have to rely on drugs? Everywhere in the world you go, the poor, in the ghettos, yeah, they're always going to be on drugs because that's one mechanism they use to take their mind off the states that they're living in, right? So I think they're cowards. That's the simple. Let's be honest, they are cowards.
Al, the counter argument is there's a huge influx of foreigners into South Africa. And
Yes, yes, that's true.
yes, and those foreigners are putting pressure on resources and taking the example of that social housing example that we just heard. So now,
Yeah.
for every foreigner that takes a social housing in South Africa, that is
Yeah.
a South African in need that is not able to then get that social housing. So that puts pressure on resources. And why would they look on to see foreigners come into their country and pressure resources that they need?
Right. Precious is that they need. That mean they have. You know what, one man. This sound really familiar to the right wing rhetoric that we hear in the UK, right? Or all the foreigners is coming here, taking our jobs, taking our council. You know, I can't see the doctors, or I can't get on. I can't use the public services because they're taking all. That's because the government that people pay taxes to are not investing in their country for them. And when it comes to population, the largest Indian population outside India is in South Africa. Do you understand? And like loads of South Africa goes loads of poor Indians that are using their social services. Why ain't they going out there and targeting Indians? Yeah, they are coming from India as we speak. They're still coming here every day as we speak, every single day. Yeah, it's their second most easiest destination to make a better life. Yeah, and why didn't they start with the Indians first, and then they can go for the white man, then they can go for the Africans. Until they do
Yes,
that,
because resources targeted towards black demography, those resources then black migrants access it equally as indigenous South Africans.
I doubt it.
Essentially they are coming into their space, not so much their country, but their demographic space within their country. I think that might well be where the thing is. Yeah.
I doubt it very much, one man. I mean, we all know us West African people, we're very hardworking. Anywhere we go, you know, we don't rely on benefits and stuff like that. I mean, come to the UK, for example. How many black people that you know that will come to this country to stay on benefit? Almost unheard of, unless those that are born here.
But Al, does that not does
Can
that?
I-
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, can I make a quick comment here?
Yeah.
Right now, my building is filled with Nigerians and South Africans. And the average Kenyan, whenever they see a Nigerian doing well, a South African doing well, do you know what they say? How can I benefit your business? Please, can you employ me? I've never seen xenophobic attacks against foreigners. In Kenya, we have how many Somalis? 2 million Somalis here as immigrants. We don't see people attacking them. We let them do their business. If people are more successful, we learn from them. This spirit in South Africa, where is it coming from?
It comes from the white man.
The white man is pushing them. The white man is pushing them because the white man already pushed them out of their country, yeah, and pushed them out of their resources. So now they have nowhere to actually turn their anger to. It is self-hate. It's the same thing I keep saying and over and over and over and over. Just like I keep saying, until you stop giving away your raw material, you're always going to be poor. It's the same thing here, Kaizo. They are weak. They're cowards. They never fought.
Is that not an easy thing to say, though, Al? Is that not an easy to say that it's the white man pulling their strings? Have you looked at it from this? So they see because South Africa is a multiracial sort of a space. They have an Indian, Asian sort of a population. They have a significant white population, and then they have a black population as well. So now, amongst that black population, then you have these migrants now, also black coming in, but then those migrant blacks are being more successful than the indigenous blacks. So within their demography, within their racial mix in their space, they are now finding that other people that look like them are coming in to superimpose in terms of economics and progression within that society.
One man.
Hold on, let me land it.
Yes,
essentially, they are coming in to steal their spot within their own country. Is really where I was going.
Hold on. How can you steal? That is a problem. When we talk about resources, it's a crumbs that the Indians, basically the Asians and the white men, leaves the black people. It's not all the resources their own. It's a crumbs, and they're literally fighting around
Well
the
said,
crumbs.
well
That's why.
said, well said,
That's
well
why I
said.
say. So that's why I say, why not focus on like you're literally making an entire political party fighting around crumbs when also
Right.
people eating good off of your back, really good, insanely good, but you don't target them. That's why I say, hey, you can be xenophobic, have nothing against it, but be intelligent with it. Don't be stupid and low IQ.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. Well said. I mean, one man. You remember what Mike, my brother Mike, said the last time? Anywhere immigrant go, if you look at the demography, they tend to do well than the people that actually are the indigenous working class. That's because they come in there to thrive, to make their life better and stuff like that. Yeah, we know that, like in the UK, we have it's very successful Indians in the UK, successful immigrants that came here and made more money. And we've seen how many people, of the indigenous that rely on benefit, they're still in the council house.
I think it dropped. Come back, Carl. Let's take the conversation to FM. See if it's there. FM, come in. What are you making of this South African narrative?
Yeah. Hello, afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Yeah, woman. I just saw you. I was surprised that you're talking about South Africa because I told you I live in Johannesburg. I'm from South Africa. So everything I'm in Nigeria, but I stay in South Africa. Everything you're saying about foreigners, one man. I'm here. I stay here. I'm telling you, most of the problem we Nigerians go through here is we Nigerians that are causing it. I'm telling you, because me, I came in as a soccer player. I came with my brother. My brother was playing for Sundowns. I was with Chiefs. But I'm telling you, but later we are like soccer agent. We bring players to this country now. But if you go to the street of Joburg, the way Nigerians do business here is all man. You will even be ashamed as a Nigerian. I'm telling you.
Give us
I'm
an
not in support
example.
of
Give us an example of what you mean.
woman. I'm telling you, Nigerians they sell drugs like they are selling Tom Tom. You know what they sell sweet? This Dudula thing you're talking about, I've encountered them while I was driving. I just ran into my car to come and talk to you. This Dudula thing, like half of, let me say, when it comes to the Dudula thing, they are divided about some South African supporters, some against it. I'm telling you, I'm calling you from Joburg. I'm in CBD. I because my office in the CBD. Because everywhere is showing my office is just around there. I just came there and said, well, man, this Dudula thing is serious, yeah. And Nigerians do things here. You even be you won't want to say you are in Nigeria. What that guy, I don't know who was the first speaker is saying what that white man did what? No, these Nigerians here.
Hold
Oh
on,
man, you
can
can't
I ask the
even stay in
question?
South Africa.
Can I ask the question?
Yeah, I can.
How many of the
Yes.
drug dealers in Johannesburg are Nigerians?
How many what?
How many of the drug dealers in Johannesburg are Nigerians?
How many? I don't know how to answer that question.
Just
How
roughly,
many?
just
I don't
just
know.
from your,
I,
roughly.
okay, let me say in Joburg, I will give you. I'm not saying too much. Let me say 60%. I'm telling you in Joburg, right? I'm telling you.
60% of the
60%.
drug dealers, by your estimation, 60% of the
Yeah,
drug
are
dealers in
Nigerians.
Joburg
Yeah,
are
in
Nigerians.
Joburg.
Wow.
Yeah, they are Nigerians. I'm telling you. It's an eyesore. Yeah. I'm telling you, like,
60%.
woman, I'm not telling you about what I
Guy,
don't know.
see
I
this
even
guy.
know some
Hold
of
on,
No,
hold
them.
on. I think
it's in South Africa, by the
so.
way.
Yeah. Even if it's in South Africa, doesn't mean there are some self-hating Nigerians that just won't hate everything when Nigerians commit crime, so they just exaggerate everything. 60% in the foreign land, that is very, very highly unlikely. For
No, I'm
one
not
group
talking about
to
60.
do
I'm
that.
saying 60% of Nigerians that stays in Joburg.
I thought you said
I'm not including
60%
the
of
foreigners.
Nigerians,
No,
60%
no.
of
He said how
drug
many
traders are
Nigerians? He
Nigerians.
said how
Oof.
many Nigerians do I know? He never said how many foreigners. He said the
No,
question was
I
how
thought you
many
said
Not you
Nigerians do
know,
I
not
know?
you know. You are Nigerian. Hold on. You are Nigerians. So it's clear that most of the people you know would be Nigerians. I say, how many drug dealers in your area? Not you know. The numbers are Nigerians. There must be some official numbers, some government numbers.
What is actually saying, Snake Man, is that of the Nigerians that he knows, 60% of them are drug dealers.
Okay, that makes sense.
I hardly believe that. I hardly believe that.
No, it's possible. It's cycle.
Hold on now, to Niger. You can.
I'm telling you where I stay.
Sorry, hold on now, Al. Hold on now. You can extrapolate from that anecdote and project. So if he's telling us that 60% of the amongst the Nigerians that he's aware of are drug dealers, then from that anecdote you can project to the wider Nigerian community in Johannesburg.
Not necessarily, because it's a cycle. Some people hang around certain circles where you have higher number of certain people.
I just wanted to say, Habibi is in South Africa too. FM.
Yeah.
Hey, to Niger. When I said the same things your fellow Nigerian now is telling you, you said I'm just hating on you guys. He's telling you the same thing now. Are you going to tell him he's hating on himself?
No, what he's saying is
very specific. Tell him he's a self-hater?
What he's saying is very specific. He says the people around his cycle that he knows, that 60% of them are Nigerians that he knows. So it doesn't necessarily mean that 60% of drug dealers in Johannesburg
oh my God,
are Nigerian.
So I think
hold on. Are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying it's 60%? You see this guy started his nonsense again. He started his nonsense again. I'm asking you now, as somebody in South Africa, you see what he's doing?
You see that?
You see what he's doing?
You've never.
You see what he's doing? He started his nonsense again.
Wait, to Niger, can you let me speak, man?
Question. I'm asking you as somebody that is in South Africa.
Let me
do you think 60% of Nigerians are the ones selling drugs in South Africa? He doesn't like to answer straight questions. He just likes to talk. He doesn't like to answer straight questions. I want to gather information, but he doesn't want me to gather information. He just wants to start sending accusations out.
Bro, to Niger, he didn't say 60% of Nigerians. He said 60% of drug dealers are probably Nigerian. There's a difference.
In what area, what country, what district, what town, what city? You know, you got to specify this. You can't just use blanket statements.
He said in Johannesburg.
In Johannesburg, okay.
And the Gauteng region, basically not even Johannesburg, in the whole Gauteng region. Johannesburg, Pretoria, and all the other surrounding cities.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry,
bro. You guys have never said. You see, this is the problem. You don't want to believe it because you don't want. You don't believe it because you don't want to believe it.
Hold on.
You are just a minus on this platform.
Hold on. One voice at a time. But let me just start this. Off the back of what FM just said, are we now saying that what this South African lady is saying, that there's some justifications to it? That what led to the death of her son, essentially foreigners, probably Nigerian drug dealers, and as she said, he hates foreigners. So is there some justification?
There's no justification for it. That is
one man.
I don't subscribe to that. It's our government that should be accountable instead of blaming it on foreigners.
Wait, Keizo, can you let me speak, bro? These man, they can't even let me finish a sentence.
Hold on.
Let me finish a sentence, then. Let me finish a sentence. Let me, bro. To Niger, you've been filibustering, man. Let a man.
When I say everyone, that includes you. When I say everyone, implicit in the word everyone. So Nilotic, you go, and then you to Niger, you counter back, and then let's have some fluidity.
We also have another South African, Ayobonpili.
So over the course of these discussions in Nigerians and South Africa, we've had me, other South Africans, and we've had a Nigerian person living in South Africa even now coming here and corroborating the same story. But you, man, who've never set foot in South Africa, are telling us you don't believe it. It's not because you don't believe it because you don't want to believe it. Because everyone is telling you the same story. How can we be? Are we collaborating with one another to lie to you? No. So these are just facts, bro. You can deny it all you want. You can accept it. But these are the facts on the ground. And I'm sorry it doesn't go with your narrative of being the victims when you guys are also the perpetrators. You're the victims and perpetrators.
Hold on. Nylord. Sister, till now are stories. When you have facts, can you send me the government report to justify the facts?
You guys don't like to follow other rules at all. They just said I should speak next. I immediately just jump in again.
Don't make it personal tonight.
It's not personal. You guys should follow rules, because the next time I try to speak now, they will say I should wait too. Because you
it's true. You need to let people speak. I think that's one thing that needs to be address on here.
And first of
people
all, we didn't
interact
even
a lot.
confirm whether that speaker was a Nigerian. We didn't confirm fully whether he was a Nigerian.
No,
He
he's
should come back
Nigerian.
and we confirm him as a Nigerian. And secondly,
he is a Nigerian. You could hear it in his accent. He's a Yoruba guy. Just you know a Yoruba voice.
I never bothered to confirm. That's why I wanted to hear him talk again, but now he's left. Who is that?
That's a South African.
Okay, so the issue now is that I wanted to gather information. I wanted to gather information from Nilot to find out whether.
Okay, so can I send you a video on Telegram?
No point.
They say they wanted evidence, so I want to send you a video of the what do you call this, Nigerian ambassador to South Africa, talking about the issues of drugs in South Africa. Can I send you that video on TikTok?
Yes.
Right. I mean, whether Nigerians sell drugs.
Yes.
South Africa has always been a problem. They always had drug and alcohol problem in South Africa.
Yes, and can you also find maybe
way
the
before
full
the
video?
Nigerians start going there. You always had problem with drugs and alcohol in your country way before Nigeria start going in there. So why all of a sudden you decide to actually blame the Nigerians
That's not true because Nigeria has 14 million in drugs.
That's not true. You stop lying, bro. You don't come here and start lying because it's not true. There's no evidence of that. You just want to blame Nigerian because you're lazy, you're weak, and also you can't point finger on the white bastards because they will fucking have you. So then you rather go for the black people. You can't point finger on the Indian because they bribe you. Do you understand? We know what's going on in that fucking place. You need to stop. You can't target West African people coming to South Africa that helped you out when the white man was slaying you. How can you do that, bro? How can you not be embarrassed as black Africans?
Sorry,
Al.
Sorry, Al. We've just had a Nigerian come on here to tell us because he's a Nigerian and really that gives him some sort of cachet to make that statement. We've just had a Nigerian come on to tell us that yes, that the drug problems. Are you saying we should ignore that?
Well, yes, I think they should.
No, we should not ignore that. We should not ignore that.
No. If it's not based on fact, yes, you should ignore it. And I don't think that's actually based on fact.
It's based on lived experience. It's based on lived experience.
Well,
it's
just because you live in just because you live in Johannesburg around Nigerians, then 60% happen to be drug dealers. And Johannesburg is not the only city in Africa. Johannesburg is not the only town in South Africa, right? It's not the only place that have black communities or a Nigerian community in the country. So why?
No, it's not. It's not that. But once again, we know that South Africa is a problem. Like here, I have an article that says that 80% of the South African youth that die on illegal things is dying on alcohol. So basically, 80, no. But basically, 80% of the youth when they die of alcohol.
Alcohol. So is the Nigerian bringing alcohol in South Africa?
Yeah, but we're not talking about alcohol. We're talking about drugs.
Yeah, but the drugs they haven't.
Let me ask you a question.
Sorry, but
so according to this logic, let's get this logic right. If a country has other problems outside of whatever Nigerians are doing in that country as well, then they can't approach you until they fix all of the other problems.
No, that is not the logic. That is not the logic, Nilot. What I'm doing right, so I can even post an article.
How is this even a debate, bro? If you say
it's not a
there were
debate.
like 4 or 5, wait, hold up, bro. Can I finish?
No, let me
You're not
finish.
even letting me finish a sentence. Let me finish my sentence. Oh my God.
I was not done. What I wanted to say is it's not a debate because a debate needs facts. What we are doing right here is antidote. That's why we post the link into discussion because it could be
okay,
right.
Bro. Let me say what I want to say.
Still not done. You can go after me, Nilo. Do you know?
Let him land, Nilotic.
Yeah. It can be that in Johannesburg and around the area, Nigerians are selling most of the drugs. What I'm more interested to, because we now basically finding an entire system is, okay, how big is the system? Because I hear antidotes or stories. I want actually facts from the state, what they are doing around it. Now you can go, Nilo.
Bro, if you told me a story about what's happening in Germany, and then it's corroborated by someone else from who's also a Somali. Then it's corroborated by a German, an actual ethnic German. Then it's corroborated by even another ethnic group. So five different ethnic groups are telling the same story, and you're still here saying, "Oh, it can't be true because X, Y, Z, because of X, Y, Z." At some point, bro, just admit that it's most
I
likely going
never
to be true.
said I never
It's not
said it
even
can't
coming.
be true.
Even
Yeah,
your
but
own
you
fellow
just said it's a
Nigerian is.
story. You
Oh
just
my.
said it's a story.
No,
It's a story. It's
we
not
don't make
fact.
it low IQ. We don't make it low IQ. I just want, because the problem is, I want to
Bro,
engage in numbers.
they don't keep statistics on illegal Nigerians, bro. They just call them illegal Africans and they just call it a day. Or mostly
Then
they don't
give
even
me
keep
the
the
stats.
statistics.
Then give me
It's
the
an
stats
African
of
country.
illegal.
What the fuck do you
Hold on,
expect?
hold on. Then give me the stats of illegal Africans. Do you have anything? Something?
What are you
So,
on about? I just told you they don't keep statistics based on ethnic groups, on subdivisions
That's
of
why I
ethnic groups
say
like
give
that.
me the African
oh,
stats.
all right,
We can.
all right. Hold on, Snake Man and Nilotic. Let's hear from FM. So, so FM has the floor now. He's Nigerian. FM, I was saying from your accent that you sounded Yoruba. Am I
Yeah,
right?
I'm a Yoruba man from Ogun State.
Yes. So you are a Nigerian. You are Yoruba. You are a footballer turned football agent. So you
Yeah,
are
yeah,
somewhat in the middle income, upper to lower middle income sort of bracket, South Africa wise. Is that
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And then you have a presence in Johannesburg. Is that
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And from your understanding of the drug situation in Johannesburg, take it from there. Tell us what you were saying. Pick it up from where you were.
So, what I was saying, in my life, I've never seen like drugs before. I've never. I've stayed in Europe. Let's not go there. But when I
Settle
came to
down.
South Africa,
You're an athlete. What about all those steroids that you pump into your body to?
no.
Carry on. Carry on.
One man, no, seriously, when it comes to drugs, even if you're playing soccer, you better not go there. Look what happened to this guy playing for Juventus of
Pogba.
Pogba, so you don't play with it. So, but if you're in South Africa, the way they do it, and I don't want to call names, I don't want to like play the tribal thing here. It's so appalling. It's something that you'll be ashamed. Like I'm not saying because I've stayed in South Africa for like 6 or 7 years. I see. Those that lady that you saw crying on the video, there are so many here. I wish I can just do a video something for you and just look at my back here. You see
Yeah,
them, they're
do
just
do
sleeping on
it.
the floor here.
Do a video interview in South Africa and send it to me. You have
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Instagram handle, so do a street vox pop and then send it to me. Carry on.
So what I'm trying to say in this is that what we experience, I don't know about, I don't want to talk about what I don't know. I'm talking about we Nigerians. What we go through here is mostly caused by we Nigerians. That's what I'm trying to say. Because what they do here, I'm telling you, you'll be passing. They will even be dragging you that they want to sell drugs to you. Like calling you that, do you want drugs? And they do it in most of, I don't know how they call it. They call it, it's not a mall. It's like a mini mall. So some Nigerians, they've got a shop there. When you go there to buy things, you will see them selling drugs to the kids. Even like school children. That's why you see them, they get, if like we that are innocent at times, if these things start, we have to go and hide too, because these guys, they don't want to know whether you're playing soccer or they don't know. They just see you in Nigeria, you selling drugs. I'm telling you, they don't care. Like this xenophobic, the last time you heard when they came to burn some cars, that is what caused everything, because they went to go and sell drugs to some, I don't know, they said one of the governor's kids or something. So, woman, I don't want to talk too much.
How endangered do you feel as a Nigerian living in South Africa? How much under
Whoa.
threat? How much under threat do you feel? Just give us just a little feel of what it's like being a Nigerian living in South Africa.
Well, man, if you go out every day and come back, you need to pray, because South Africa is full of guns. Guns is like nothing here. You can get a gun on the street, I'm telling you. Like somebody can just come and shoot. I've experienced gunshot like more than 10 times. Like walking, I see shooting somebody like it's like a child's play here. I'm telling you, it's like nothing. You can die in a second in South Africa. So it's terrible here.
Do you feel
Except when you,
targeted as a Nigerian? Are Nigerians being
Hold
targeted?
on. F-Man, where do the guns come from?
those guns come from, I don't know. It's like like in Nigeria, we hardly, even our cops, they don't have guns. But in South Africa, I don't know. Even taxi drivers. Oh, what do you call all these? In Nigeria, we call them combis. Taxi drivers, they've got guns here.
Where I come from, we call them tuk-tuk.
Huh?
Tuk-tuk
Hello?
driver. Tuk-tuk driver.
Yeah.
FM, most of them
You
come from
call them
Mozambique.
taxi. They use gun. The taxi drivers, they use gun. Like
FM.
if you're fine now, you are driving now. You just have a little problem with it. They will say, "Hey, go back to your country." If you don't take that, they'll
FM.
just shoot you and just drive away. And
Most of the guns come from Mozambique. Yeah, it was just to answer Snake Man. It's mostly from Mozambique. Not all, but at least 80% is from Mozambique.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know about that.
Can you post?
Can I ask you a question? The Nigerian brother that just spoke here. Is in the UK, we have the Jamaicans and some of the Black Brits and some of the in Asians that bring in heroin and Class A drugs in the country, and they're known to be the drug dealers. Should the white people go out in the streets and actually start targeting them and labeling all the black people as drug dealers and criminals and trying to deport them?
Yeah, you see, if they start targeting.
No, yes or no, brother, yes or no.
But one man, can you tell him to repeat the question? I couldn't hear him very well.
I'm calling right now. I'm speaking from England. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. In England,
I can hear.
The roadman in England, that means it's a man that sells the drugs in the street. It's like the Nigerian that you described just now, Jamaicans and some other blacks that are born here, and the Indian and the Asians, like the Indian and the Pakistani that bring in Class A drugs. Should white people go and gather them in the street and try to deport them all and class all black people in England as criminals and drug dealers?
No. But in South Africa, the funniest thing, that won't be able to.
Should they do that? Yes or no?
He said no.
No.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. That's why my problem is, my brother. I understand. Okay, you have pointed out some based on your personal living experience. I cannot deny that. Because then obviously that's trying to mislead the people on here. Because you came in and you said that's your living experience. I will accept that absolutely. But what the action that the South Africans are doing against our brothers that are living over there is wrong because.
No, that's not the problem. FM, can I ask you a question? Where do you think most of the drugs come from? What is your experience? Who?
Okay. I can say maybe from I don't know. Like I'm just saying. I can't say you don't hold me to my word. I think it comes from.
No, not most. But what do you think? Where the drugs are coming from?
I'm telling you, I believe they come from Brazil. Actually, Brazil mostly.
Actually, cannabis comes from mostly South America, but hardcore shit like heroin comes from say Asiatic countries.
I know they say Brazil or something because at times they do arrest some. I know like some Nigerians used to make some girls to go bring drugs for them from Brazil, from whatever. They will get arrested. The girl is going to point the Nigerian. It's going to be all over the news in Nigeria. They won't even talk about the girl. They'll be talking about the Nigerian that send that girl to go and bring the drugs.
So are you saying that the entire trade of mostly cannabis is controlled by Nigerians from South Africa from South America?
There is no cannabis trade controlled by Nigerians.
No, I can't say.
What are you on about? Cannabis is grown anywhere and everywhere.
I know, but most drugs that comes from South America is cannabis. That is a share load.
No, it's not. You know what cannabis is, right?
Let me ask FM a couple more questions, and then let's.
I can show you the link.
Coke comes from South America. Not cannabis is grown in Africa as well, especially in Southern Africa. They pretty much grow it all themselves.
Oh, all right, hold on, Nilotic. Let me ask FM a couple more questions, and then I want to bring Flex up into the conversation after that. But the first thing is FM.
Yes,
Is that the association? Do the South Africans essentially associate Nigerians with drug dealing overall,
yeah,
just as a
yeah,
single
yeah,
narrative?
yeah. They believe we all sell drugs. If they see a Nigerian, they just see drugs. That's it. See, once you tell them you're a Nigerian, they believe you're selling drugs. That's it.
All right, and then the second question is, why are Nigerians migrating to South Africa? Why?
One man, I can tell you, I believe that's the easiest visa you can get in Nigeria. I don't know. I think so. I'm telling you, I think that's the easiest visa you can get in Nigeria now. I'm telling you, I
No,
believe so.
because I'm asking, is life better? Are they better off in because we have a bigger economy, and they have better opportunities? Probably not now in Nigeria. So why? I can understand migrating to a Western country, but why
Yeah.
migrate to South Africa? Is it to exploit their naivety?
No, 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 no. I don't think it's to exploit. They all come here for a better life because South Africa is far, far better than Nigeria. You've got good water, light, good roads. Everything is fine. I won't lie to you. Apart from life in South Africa is far, far better than Nigeria. You can't even compare.
Oh my God,
There are
FM, he might kick you out.
Huh?
He might kick you out. He's been trying to tell us that Nigerian life is better than South African life.
No.
I never said that.
In terms of amenities, they probably have the relics of the Dutch influence, which they will destroy soon. But hold steady, FM.
Exactly.
Woman,
Yeah.
if you've been to places in South Africa, you think you're in the US. If you stay in something, there are places in South Africa you won't even want to go to the US. I'm telling you. There are places
No,
in
we
South Africa,
understand.
especially if you've
We
been to Cape
understand.
Town.
We understand that. We agree with that because of the Dutch infrastructure
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
due to their settlement.
All right.
But
All right. Hold steady, Al. Hold steady, Al. And stay there just for as long as you can, FM, because you'll be our go-to guy now. You are
Okay.
resident in South Africa. We know Nilotic.
So Nylon is not a good
Yeah, but
source.
he's not Nigerian, is he? So is that so it doesn't have the mental acuity of a Nigerian. So
yes,
it's
one man. Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't have you are a Nigerian now, Snake Man. So it doesn't have the
Nylon, I just wanted to say I'm a Nigerian and I believe you. I never question that.
it's but hold steady. Let's bring I want to bring Afri Demos into the conversation because it's a voice that we've not documented yet on this platform. So good to meet you, my guy.
Hey, how you doing?
We're all good.
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing, man. I'm listening to the conversation. One thing, I've heard this conversation time and time again, and the fact is, most of you Nigerians, you come online and you're in denial, and you have Al who's asking idiotic questions, talking about should the white people do this? Who cares about what should be done in the UK? In South Africa, they do not want people coming there poisoning their citizens. How hard is that? No one is saying all Nigerians do it, but you guys keep playing semantics, moving the goalpost, and this is a fact. This is documented. It's not only in South Africa. Nigerians do have a terrible reputation destroying other people's country. This is a fact. Okay, no one is saying. No one is gonna say.
That's a lie.
Hold on.
Everybody.
Yo, Afridamos, I don't believe that's true. What is your evidence, Afridamos?
Don't let me have to put you at the back. It's an impassioned topic, so but let's not have voices cascading over each other. But you can interject, of course, but let it not be rowdy. But I just
all right. Let me come out. One man, I'll come after him.
Look, Al is over here fanboying. He's not Nigerian. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. But go ahead, sir.
Hold on,
I lived in more countries. I lived in more countries than you, Afrodemus. I lived in more.
I'm going to have to put you in the back. I did say don't make it rowdy. So sorry, I just wanted to ask you: do I hear an undercurrent of Ghanaian in your voice, Afrodemus?
No, sir. I am not.
He's Gambian.
I'm not a Ghanaian. I am from the Gambia.
Oh God.
And I live in the United States.
People come from the Gambia. I've never met anyone that's confessed to coming from the Gambia. But I carry on.
What do you mean they never confess? Is that supposed to be a confession?
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, like here's the thing. I deal in reality, in facts, and the fact of the matter is, this is not only in South Africa. You go across Africa. This is what is being said. It's hard to trust, a Nigerian individual. So if we come online and we are seeing what we are seeing to be true, and some of you are coming here, you're trying to gaslight people, denying it, moving the goalposts. That means you guys are supporting criminality. Do you get that? Because now you're making the other Nigerians, like the brother that's speaking facts here, he's not a drug dealer. He lives in South Africa, but he is not playing the game that most of you are playing, because he understands, like, okay, these people are from Nigeria just like me, but they are here doing this thing, making everyone vulnerable. No one, like Hush Puppy, right? The 419er, Hush Puppy, for example. There's plenty of 419ers, right?
Are you a Nigerian hater?
Oh, here we go. Why would sir, I don't hate anyone. I have hate for no one. Okay? But speaking facts is facts.
He hates Tariq Nasheed.
I hate no one. But I'm just saying, you guys cannot come here, and start pretending like the South Africans are just accusing Nigerians. Nigerians are not the only people there. If we see Nigerians, they are getting accused of the same thing in South Africa, Italy, Gambia, Kenya, Senegal, you name all these countries. So why don't you people say, okay, let's take a look at this. In Malaysia, we're seeing Nigerians being put on death row. Are you saying they are being accused?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I'm trying to do.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. If you took the Nigerians out of the equation, if you remove them entirely from South Africa, will the South African drug problem, will it stop or reduce or remain the same? So take it from there, Afrodemus.
Can I answer that? Afrodemus, can a South African answer?
You said would they what?
Now let me ask again. If you removed Nigerians from South Africa entirely, remove the Nigerian equation from the South African drug problem, will the South African drugs problem, will it stop or reduce or remain the same?
Sir, I don't know. What I know to be true is Nigerians need to stop going to these people's country and selling drugs there. Hold yourself accountable.
Hold on. How can you say that?
Hold yourself accountable. Do not go there and sell drugs. Why is this so hard? Why are you people asking?
That is not the question.
No, the question doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Do not sell drugs in people's country.
Afrodemus, the question was, if you take out...
I heard him, sir. I heard him.
Now Snake Man is speaking.
Reduce. Okay, how would he know? He's not in South Africa. Rule reduce. We're telling you rule reduce. I've been telling you this, bro. But you guys keep moving the goalposts. You keep asking the same question 20 million times.
Because you cannot say, okay, Nigerians are a big chunk of it, and if you take them out of the equation, you just don't know. It makes no... Stand on your mount, Afrodemus. One follows the other.
Look, that is a dumb question to even ask. How hard is it for you? You're not from there. Why just not sell drugs and commit criminality in people's country? So here's the thing. Because your question is stupid, sir. Your question doesn't make sense. Hold on. So you are asking me, you are asking me to answer. So South Africans should not stop the Nigerians from selling drugs, because in your head, You're trying to say. You're trying to say. Hold on. You're asking me. You're asking me. Hold on. You're asking me something. You're asking me something that didn't happen yet. Why don't we deal with what is happening? How hard is that? We don't know what that would look like, but one thing is for sure. Hold on.
You claimed that most of the
Yo,
drug takers
Afridamos, you don't live
Nigerians.
in South Africa. How are you sure that you know about South Africa's
No,
problem
that
with
is not.
Nigerians?
That is not.
Oh, we just heard South African here, sir.
I live in South Africa. I live in South Africa.
Yeah, let's allow South African to talk.
Yeah,
Some
let
of
the
you.
South Africans speak about Nigerians.
Yeah.
Okay. Look, we don't have to argue about this. South Africa belongs to South Africans. South Africans will make rules in their country. Whether we can come here and talk all day about who South Africans should allow in their country, it's really up to us. We don't even need to come here and explain. But we are here. As one of us, me, I'm here, I'm representing South Africans. I'll explain. South Africans have been having complaint with many Nigerians busted on drug selling in South Africa. Am I saying it's all Nigerians? Of course, it's not all. But every country, after so many years, busting a specific group, representing a specific nationality, week in, week out, busting them on a very specific criminal problem, like selling drugs, human trafficking. South Africans have got a right to say, you know what, we don't have to deal with these people entirely. Whether the good ones or the bad ones, we are sick and tired. Can they just stop coming to our country? That's the right that our people deserve in their own country. They're not
sorry,
asking...
are you including the doctors and the lawyers and the accountants and the bankers as well, who are all Nigerians? Are you including all of them?
Okay, let me answer that. First of all,
that's why
I asked
because all the black doctors in South Africa are
yes,
Nigerian.
we have got
all
the
intelligent people, all the intelligent black people in South Africa.
Let the
are
South
Nigerian.
African talk, please.
Allow me to speak. There's a stat that shows that all foreign doctors that are coming from the continent in South Africa, they are probably 400 and something, less than 500. Probably we've got maybe 100 or 200 Nigerian doctors. South Africa's got more than 10,000 to 20,000 doctors, if I remember the stats correct. So we don't really need that if you look at the numbers. We don't need you. We produce the best doctors in Africa. If you can look at even the rankings of our universities, they are the best in Africa. As for the banking, I don't know any Nigerian who's a banker in South Africa. We got the best of all the professionals on the continent because our universities are simply the best. So no, sir, we don't need your professionals. Nigeria need them.
Okay, Lucy, I have a question because you're South African. What are the stats? I just want to see how big it is. It's basically stats, the drug stats.
Okay, so the drug stats I haven't checked, but I'm talking about the people who live on the ground. So the people on the ground are complaining. They say they see this themselves. So as I said again, we can argue here all day, but South Africans will decide in their country who they want and who they don't want.
I'm just
that is true. That is
hold
true.
on.
That is true.
Relax. No, Al, no.
Why?
Let me talk. I haven't talked yet. Let me ask Lozy a question because everybody's getting emotional. I just want to get to the root of the issue, right? So Lozy, I have a few questions for you. Just answer them as quickly as you can, right? So, is drugs the number one problem that South Africans have with migration? Yes or no?
No, I don't know how to say that, but I wouldn't say yes. I think it's a no.
No, so it's other factors, not so drugs wouldn't be one of the top factors that South Africans are complaining about.
It will be one of the top, but I wouldn't say it's the first because I think the impact that we have is just the impact of influx of migrants in totality. Like there's just too many people in total. So there's many factors, but I wouldn't say drugs is at the top because South Africa doesn't have the biggest drug problem, to be honest. We don't even have a culture of drugs. That's why we are raising this today, because we see this rising with a specific group of migrants coming to our country. Historically, we don't have a big problem of this. We have always drink alcohol, consumed alcohol for most part, just like any nation. But we never seen we've never had a huge drug problem.
It's mostly alcohol.
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Because I'm just trying to answer. Yeah. Let
me ask this question to bring in another voice. I was going to ask you. You can take it on. Actually, flexed up. this problem that that these African types that they seem to have with Nigeria, what do you attribute it to? Because we're starting to identify that a lot of these African types they universally somewhat all seem to have an issue with Nigerians. But what do you attribute that to? Is that some form of inferiority complex? Would you say, Flexed Up?
One
Don't
man.
answer it. Don't answer it.
One man. I'm not going to answer this question because I'm trying to talk about the actual topic. Maybe you can create another topic that has to do with, whatever you want. Yeah. So
All right,
Lozi,
carry on.
so yeah. Is it Lozi? Yeah, Lozi. So
Yeah,
let me ask you
I'm still
something,
here,
right?
brother.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still have a couple of more questions to ask you. So the other question that I have is, are do you hear about any other problems with or any problems with any other migrants from Africa selling drugs, or is it mainly just Nigerians? Are there any other
Um,
nationalities?
look, to be honest, here's the deal. Can someone mute, because I think there's a feedback from someone's
It's all. It's
okay. I will
No,
attribute
I'm not. It's not. I'm muted. I'm always be muted.
uh, I will attribute the drug problem in South Africa or in any country to Nigerians. In South Africa, we even before Nigerians came here, of course, we had drugs, but they were not as much as there wasn't something visible or a culture of drugs. The locals do sell drugs, just like if you go to Nigeria, the locals sell drugs there, just like everywhere as well. We have busted Tanzanians a few times as well who were colluding in selling drugs. Few Ghanaians, few, I'll say the other countries, Cameroon. But the Nigerians tend to stand out as the numbers are there. Even most of the times, the people who make news, either be it in scamming or drugs, they trace them back to Nigeria for most part. And I've also heard of people saying some people will lie and fake to be Nigerians when they busted. I don't know how true that is, but we have busted many people. A lot of time, it's been for years now, where many people come out to be Nigerians, to be honest. So I
Okay.
hope I answered I
Okay.
answered you. Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a couple more questions. So the other question is, have you heard any reports, or do you know if Nigerians are working with the local population, like the local drug dealers, or is there a rivalry? So is there a cooperation or rivalry between South African drug dealers and Nigerian drug dealers?
There can't be a coalition. There can't be a coalition because here's the settings in South Africa. Most Nigerians are busted in the inner cities. In the inner cities are not like communities. If you go to Soweto and try to sell drugs, you won't succeed as a foreigner because Soweto is an established community. Whereas in the inner cities, it's all South Africans coming from provinces, be it students, be it just working. So we are all strangers to the cities, and Nigerians excel in those areas because there's no established communities. So they tend to have their own organization, and they like as Nigerians, they network amongst each other because there's no local competition. The South Africans are not really selling drugs in the inner cities. If there's any South African selling drugs, I would suspect is in the communities, like in the townships, in the urban areas, if possible. So I think most of them are busted in the inner cities because they don't really collide with anyone, and they wouldn't go in established communities because the locals there's an establishment, they wouldn't allow that. So if you go to Soweto, if you go to Mamilori in our townships, there's like communities that guide themselves. They always hold meetings. The people will gang up against you and come and fetch you out if you're selling drugs. I have seen an attempt of them trying to go to penetrate those communities, but I think there's too much blockage as compared to the inner cities.
Okay. And then the other questions, give me no 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 no
Hold
no.
on.
Give me
When I say hold on, just hold on.
okay.
We don't want it to be a long and winding question and answer session. Ask
No
that
no no.
last question. Can you hold
What
on, please?
well
Just
the
hold on.
reason why
Can
I'm
you hold
asking
on?
one man.
When I say hold on, just hold on. Ask that last question. He responds. Then we play this clip that Kaisos just put on the screen, and then we use that clip to bring Andre into the conversation. So you ask your question, he responds, and then we go to the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Yeah. So yeah, Lozy. So which demographic or demographics would you say are the main customers of these drug dealers?
I wouldn't say I know, but perhaps it will be the locals because the South Africans in numbers are many in their country, and of course, for example, the Nigerians that come to South Africa, they are in the mission. They're not your average Nigerians. So when you come to South Africa, you will find the top South Africans, the middle, and the lowest. So they're probably they're accessing the market of the poorest, the ones who probably, like, in any society, you've got people who are losers, basically people who will even take drugs. They have got access to that. We have few foreigners who fall for drugs as well. They probably, most of them, they come from neighboring countries. Just like someone wouldn't live as far as Ethiopia or Somalia or Nigeria to be a loser in South Africa. But our neighboring countries, because they can easily walk in South Africa, you find out that even in terms of migrants, we tend to also have the best and the lowest from countries like Zimbabwe and Mozambique. You get my point. But as far as for you to leave Nigeria, you need to be one of the top class, because even by financially, it requires more for you to be here in the first place. So they're not people who are here to play. They're on a mission. Just like now, if I leave South Africa and go to Nigeria and sell drugs, I'll access one of the market of the lowest form of Nigerians there and sell it to them. That happens in any society. I hope I answered you very well. I believe the locals are the biggest customers into this crime of buying drugs.
Thank you, Lozi.
Okay,
all right.
fair enough.
Wait, one second now. Let me just play this video, and also shout out to today's sponsor. Shout out to Alexis for the $1, and also Zulia for $10. Oh, sorry, £10. So this video here was sent to me by a South African. Ayobo Mpili says, even the ambassador of Nigeria is shocked the bad behavior in South Africa. Let's see.
In the prisons. Of course, I have you here, so you can give us the precise figures, because some of the media houses quoted 6,089, others spoke about 10,000 in total, but just over 6,000 for drug-related offenses. Now, is any of this correct? And if so, how do you deal with this kind of situation? How have you been dealing with this kind of numbers involving the citizens? You've alluded to that earlier on in the interview, where you talk about the challenge of facing this kind of situation. But if the figures are indeed true, if any of these kind of figures are true, how do you tackle this? How have you been tackling this?
Well, you see, these figures were just given to us not quite long, but it's been in the process, because I attended a meeting where the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa called all the African ambassadors in Pretoria. We had a meeting in April, on the 1st of April and on the 5th of April. And they made a presentation that really got me scared, that all the major crimes, name it murder, drugs, sexual assault, trafficking, human trafficking, robbery, fraud, and all the rest of them. They gave a sort of figures and graphs. And when I looked at the one relating to drugs, I saw it very high like this. We are almost, I think, maybe number one, according to what was presented to us that day. So
Okay, so I just want to clarify, and then you can go, Andre. That guy did not say he agrees. He just says the data that he was shown states that. But yeah, go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, that's very sad. You have people like Afrodamos, they don't live in South Africa. They have so much things to say about Nigerians. And this guy is for sure a Nigerian hater. And
Haters, they was born to hate. You can't get that.
Brother, let me speak first. And South African brothers, this is you looking over your, what do you need? This is you're being xenophobic to Nigerians because you're facing problems, you're facing economic problems, but you can't do that. We got to work together. We got to be Pan-African. We can't discriminate against Africans in the African soil. Okay, we got to respect each other. And people like that, like you will create hate. If you create hate, Nigerians will suffer in South Africa, and Nigerians are less than Somalis. In there are more Somalis in South Africa than there are Nigerians. But I hear about Nigerians so much, but this is propaganda.
Okay, Andrew, can I respond after you're done, brother?
Yeah, you can respond, but you put everything on Nigerians. Everything on Nigerians. You look at the South Africa has one of the worst crimes in the planet, and you will relate everything on Nigerians to.
Ridiculous.
It's really sad. It's really sad. Lozi, you can go after now.
Okay, I think you were not listening to me when I was speaking, especially when the brother asked me questions. I never said put everything on.
No, honestly, I think Loathing.
But anyway,
I'm going to have to remove you at some point, Al. If you continue like this, let the conversation flow.
I want to describe. I wasn't talking to you, Alozi. I was talking to the Afridamas. Afridamas said that Nigerians are destroying South Africa and they're destroying many African countries, and thus clear propaganda. And this guy hates Nigerians.
All right, let me. The people came here even yesterday. They said a lot of things about us. I didn't call in. I don't fall for that because people have got this resentment toward us. The people were just saying anything. I'm used to it. I don't do that. What I'm gonna tell you is this: scapegoating South Africans and saying when there's something they against in their country and saying it's xenophobic.
Can you scroll down?
Can I speak now? Can I finish? It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help migrants who are living in South Africa because we host the largest African migrants on the continent.
Where most cocaine comes from.
Can I continue without you interrupting me?
Okay, land that point, and then Snake Man.
Yeah. So if South Africans were that bad, there wouldn't be many people flocking here because they choose South Africa ahead of any country in Africa in terms of numbers of migration. The point is, when South Africans say they don't want this kind of thing in their country, they don't want you, there's little you can do. At least listen to them and try to cooperate with them because in their country, South Africans, you can come here and complain every day and call them xenophobic, whatever. They're going to do what they're going to do in their country. They're going to put the rules that works for them in their country. That's my point. There's nothing all of you can do with the rules they want to implement in their country. We can complain, say South Africans are this and this, but they're not running to your country. They're not trying to live in your country in large numbers. You're the ones, guys, who have got your people running to us. There's a difference. It's important for you guys to listen to us. We hold the cards, not you guys. And we will do by the rules in our country. We will play by the rules we want. Call us xenophobic or not, we will deal with our issues however we see fit. What happens after we deport certain group of people is none of your business on this panel. It's up to us to decide and see what works for us. I hope I'm clear.
Yeah,
Lucy, you haven't addressed how much I hear about Nigerians, but there are more Horn Africans in South Africa. But I never hear about there are more Ethiopians or Nigerians in South Africa, but I never hear about Ethiopians doing stuff. But
that means our people don't have much problems with them. What is so difficult?
No, but why is the problem in your country for you all about Nigerians? Doesn't that not make sense? Because there are less than 100,000 Nigerians in your country, and the problems that you creating or trying to talk about it all have to do with Nigerians.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Hold on. Let me answer that. You've answered your own question, Andre. This is not intelligent. You said Ethiopians are there. So you're proving that the South Africans, what you're saying they're xenophobic, is not true because these Ethiopians are there. They are not doing this. They are doing business. So obviously, South Africans are not bothering people who are not doing illegal things in their country. I don't know how you guys can justify even 3 Nigerians selling drugs in these people's country, saying they have local criminals. It's their people. They can have their criminals in their country. You have no right to go add on to their criminals. How do you guys not get this?
Okay,
How hard is this? Even if your number is small and you're making a lot of noise and you're known for criminality, that proves that one rotten fruit can spoil the whole bag. So whether it's 5, 10, whatever, there has been enough to sell drugs to where you guys got the reputation. You
Yeah,
know,
that is right.
are the Nigerians being accused of it in Malaysia for no reason? In Germany, in other places, Kenya? Like, what's going on? Let's just be real.
Afitamos, but that is the point. I
All
brought
right,
up.
hold on.
I brought up
Hold on.
this.
Hold-
Yeah, you can go after me,
hold on.
Magnesi.
Hold on. Let me establish some
You
order.
don't decide anything.
Sorry. So can you hold on, please, 1 second? Snake
he-
Man, talk. Everyone, hold on. Snake Man, talk us through this graph that you've brought on, and then after Snake Man gives us the explanation to this graph, then Magnesi can come in and give us commentaries on it, and then the conversation carries on. We can have the interjections, but let it not be rowdy. Snake Man, what are we looking at?
Now, because we must understand, I'm not against justifying the xenophobia. I said, hey, xenophobia all you want, but the problem for me is it must be pragmatical. What I showed here is a graph showing where most of the drugs, and in this case, cocaine comes from in South Africa. It comes from Brazil. What I'm interested in is, and South Africa has such a big problem. We know that South Africa is a very big trade state. Basically, a lot of trade comes through from the Americas to Asia. What I'm interested is more because we must understand. Let us say Nigerians are the drug dealers. Till now, I never see any stats. I wished there were some stats so we can focus on the areas where they are the biggest. But what I'm showing here is the stats where the drugs are coming from. In this specific case, cocaine, heroin, or something comes from Asia. I already pulled that receipt in the back chat. And what I'm more interested in is this group we talked about, the xenophobic group who talk about it. It's good that they're focusing on the drug dealers. That is all good. But why is they not focusing on the illegal trade that comes in from outside?
Snake Man, can I respond to that in respect, because I'm being muted every time I'm trying to talk, and other people.
You can respond to that. Well, once again, I'm not disagreeing with the drug dealers going outside.
Brazil has a bunch of Nigerians. You just told on yourselves.
Yeah,
they are the ones bringing the drugs. They are the ones bringing the drugs from Brazil. Just so you know.
Okay, you guys hear me?
Go ahead,
right.
Nagmis. I'll come up.
Okay. Let's listen to Magnesi.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Magnesi.
So the issue here is that wherever we see Nigerians in the world, we see problems. Okay, the brother just brought up Brazil. When he did that, I remember seeing a news article back in the day about Nigerians being arrested for drug trafficking in Brazil. So I started Googling. Not only are Nigerians doing drug trafficking in Brazil, they're also doing fraud in Brazil. So wherever they go, they seem to be exporting criminality with them. And this isn't just to throw a shot, but really to ask the question, what is it about Nigerians or Nigeria that has them being the face of international African crime? So when you go to France, when you go to
that's
England,
your narrative, though. There's no doubt.
No, wait. Well, hold on. Let me. Can I finish?
Can I finish? No. Let Magnesi.
Wait. Can I finish though?
Just drop the links. Just drop the links to one man.
Yeah, carry on.
No, wait. But can I finish though?
Yeah, carry on.
You've been on here regulating people. Then, as soon as I speak, you're saying that's my narrative. It's not a narrative. I'm looking at Department of Justice articles. I'm looking at. Let me pull it up right here. Just so you know, I'm not just pulling this out of my butt. Excuse me. Actually, Nigerian news sources. More than 100 Nigerians arrested in Brazil over fraud. Emmanuel Nwude defrauding 242 million out of Banco Noroeste and alleged attack on a. Okay, so he defrauded 242 million. Firmino, one of Brazilian's most wanted criminals, arrested in a romance scam. 60 Nigerians among 210 suspected in Sao Paulo. Mullahs, a Nigerian mafia, reaches Venezuela. 72-year-old and 456 Nigerians languishing in Brazilian prisons. So there's definitely an issue. And to really find out what the problem is, we got to hear from the honest Nigerians to say, yo, why are my people out in these countries making other Nigerians look bad? Because Nigerians that I've seen tend to be very high and mighty, like we're this and we're that. But everywhere you go, the Nigerian passport, especially in Africa, is looked at as a negative. So I'll land my plane there.
How many Nigerians
okay,
are
can
interested
I
again?
please
All right,
interject?
let's have a Nigerian response to that. Ola, come in.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting topic, but I feel that unfortunately there are a lot of misinformation and misrepresentation just going out due to a group of a certain country just figured out for malice and for misinformation. You know how to know some of these the truth about this. You look at some international organization on how they rank drug trafficking. You'll be shocked that why South Africa is even among the top, is in the top 10 or top 5 of the ranking. Let me just put my this in here to just see the action number.
Put the link in the private chat so I can put it up.
Yeah, the only link I can put here without you paying is finance, Yahoo Finance. I put the there. So because of that link, we have to pay subscription. So when you look at it, I think South Africa is rated. Republic of South Africa is rated 8 in the index. So, and why Afghanistan is leading it. Now, there's a problem with Nigerians, and this is why people misunderstand Nigeria. We are loud people. If you see a Nigerian hair now, if he made $5, everybody on the street will know that he has made money. Whereas someone somewhere has stolen, like say $500, you'll never hear them. That's the narrative of Indians. In the world of cyber crimes today, what people call Yahoo Yahoo, you can never be the Russians and the Indians in that. But the fewer Nigerians that manage to get to those places, you will hear the noise everywhere. Whereas here where I live in Canada, you trace the Indians, the Middle East people to tax fraud, immigration fraud, a lot of fraud, the way they are, in fact, in banking, that the way they will act into your ATM, your banking, your banking system, but you will never hear because theirs is not to make noise. I think the noise making of Nigeria, because we like to party, we like to flaunt our weight, is where the problem is coming from. And unfortunately, because I was almost a victim of this in 2006 when we were supposed to go for training in South Africa, but then we eventually we missed that training, but we now went for holiday. Did you know for giving some South African immigration people some kind of a gift during the Christmas time, the police right at the airport there just came to us and started checking us? You know, personally, I was just laughing because I knew I was going back to my country. I was not going to stay in South Africa anyway because there's nothing I was going to do in South Africa better than what I was doing in Nigeria then, because I was well to do. So to me, it's all about that noise. Most of these stories are just a misinformation, and unfortunately, the community in South Africa, unfortunately, they believe so. My dear people, Nigerians are not criminals. Yes, we have some few criminals among Nigerians, but these few elements we are talking about was the population. That is why today that when you go to America, they will tell you, because the population of the criminals, they are not much like those people that are successful in Nigeria. You go to Nigeria today, among the immigrants, you see that the number of the graduates, those people that have university degree in South Africa, in America, you will see Nigeria. Come to Canada too, you will see Nigerians doing well in the politics, doing well in the entrepreneurship and fintech.
No, we know the Nigerian success story. Ola, what we're talking about is the Nigerian drugs issue.
Yeah, Nigeria has drug issues just like Asian, just like every other people, but the noise making is why they think Nigeria is the one. If you look very well, okay, where I live now, the Indians, they are well linked to anything drug, whether marijuana, whether other, but we never hear. It takes the police.
Are you in South Africa right now?
Can I respond after this one man? One man, can I respond after him?
Yes, land the point. Answer Snake Man's question. I think it's in Canada, Snake Man. Land that point, Ola, and then we'll have a rebuttal from Lozi, who is a South African, and then Afro Demos can chime in, and then Jide come in as well. So we move the conversation round. But land it, Ola.
Okay, what I just want to say is that it is true that some few very insignificant number of Nigerians are into crime. But why people think Nigerians are doing it is that because those
What are you making of the NACMIZI's narrative that all Nigerians are criminal minded? This is the narrative he's trying to push.
Of course, that's a joke taken too far.
Well, first of all, I never said that. I never said that all Nigerians are criminal minded.
Thank you for debunking that.
Can you say a percentage, Magnesi?
No, I asked the question. I said, what is it about Nigeria that has their people going out putting a bad name on other Nigerians? Why is it when you put in Nigerian crime in, right, you get a whole bunch of other countries? So what is it? Why is a Nigerian passport looked at as shady? Why did the brother get extra scrutinized because he's Nigerian in another country?
30,000. 30,000. What is the entire population of South Africa?
No, that's how many Nigerians will live in South Africa.
So those are the documents. Those are the documented ones. Those are the documented ones.
Lozy, stop, Lozy, please.
And
Lozy,
that's
stop.
2011.
Can show us your stats, Lozy.
It's like 300,000 and 2% are in jail. So it's about 30,000 in jail, not 30,000.
All right. Let NACMIZI land this point and then come in after him, Lozy. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, the recent numbers that I've seen was about 330,000 Nigerians registered. That's not including illegals there. And of those 330,000, or there was 2% in jail for crimes related to drug offenses, prostitution.
2% of 30,000. How much is it?
No, not of 30,000, 330,000, brother.
So where are you getting those figures from? Those are wild. That's a wild chasm between the 30,000 and now 300,000. Where are you getting that from?
Well, the 30,000 was from 2011, so apparently there's more there. We should just Google it now to verify what the Nigerian population in South Africa is. I'll do it right
now. Can I speak now, one minute?
Yeah, carry on, Lozy.
Okay, look, let's not do the jump around and all that. I'm not here to show the picture of Nigerians being good or bad. I think you guys are trying to show Nigeria being good or whatever. That's up to you guys.
We try to find out the stats.
All right, Snake Man, let me speak. What I can tell you is that the people in South Africa on the ground, they are fed up. It's been going on for years. They don't want it anymore. We can argue here, we can show many stats. The South Africans, as I said, my people will decide what's going on in their country, who they allow. It can be a bitter pill. People can take it however they want. But my people on the ground, they will decide. The stats that you're going to show, it won't matter. That's what I'm trying to say.
What would be the criteria? So what would be the criteria for that decision? Would it be based on xenophobia and prejudice?
He just said stats doesn't matter. Stats doesn't matter. Feelings matter.
Are working with their government. At this point, it doesn't matter whether it's xenophobia, it's racism. They don't care. They care about protecting their country and their kids from criminals. That's what matters for us. Whether you conclude that is xenophobia, it's up to you. We will do what is best for our country. And I hope I'm being clear. It's our country. We will do the rules in our country. However you take it, paint us any paint you want. We're not trying to squeeze ourselves in Nigeria. It's the other way around. We've got many of your people this side. And we will decide what's going on in our house, in our house.
30,000 is not much.
Lozy. Our people is not the problem. Lozy. Our people is not the problem, and you're trying to. You got to fix your problem. Our people are not the problem.
Andrew, you're not gonna tell us what is our problem. That's the first thing you're not gonna do.
But Nigerians are not the problem. Don't you agree with that?
Look. You can say that, but South Africans are going to decide who stays in their country. You can say
basically what you're saying is stats don't matter, facts don't, feelings matter.
How is the minority?
Exactly. However, I want to see. I listen to South Africans on the ground, and those are the people I care about. And you on this panel, You can use your stats. I listen to my people on the ground, and that is what is
Yeah,
important
but
for me.
Lozi, give me stats on illegal immigrants who from Nigeria. Give me stats. You don't have stats.
How our government has confessed to say they've lost numbers. They've estimated that South Africa is housing in total illegal and legal people could be estimated to 15 million.
I gave you the best source that your government.
Hold on. That's an unrealistic statistic. Hold on.
One minute, can I speak?
Zulu, what's the population of South Africa?
It's 60 million. You must ask a South African. It's 60 million.
And you are saying 15 million is illegal. That seems an unrealistic statistic.
Did you listen to what I said?
That is one fourth of the population.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
I said one man. I live in South Africa. I said the government estimated the combination of legal and illegal could be 15 million. But that's besides the point. My point is, here in South Africa, can I just speak?
Let him cook.
It doesn't take long for me to walk outside and meet a Nigerian. That's how many we have of them here. It doesn't take me that long.
Sorry, can I just make my point quickly to Lozi? I'm gonna be here quickly. I'm Lozi. I got a question for you. Why, I've been looking into the issue of South Africa because it's affecting my people as well. As we're businessmen over there. We open businesses, corner shops, things like that, and then our people get killed. In 1 week, they killed over 5 Somali shopmen, businessmen. You get me? And so, why are South Africans targeting the little people when they should be targeting the white corporate businesses and corporate owners?
Can I respond to
these shopkeepers? Go on, continue.
Expansion. How many? I'm sure you have never met a South African in Somalia, but that's besides the point. Here's my point. When
I have family in South Africa that are Somalis. Yes, we have a lot. We have a big community over there. You sure that?
Okay, let me speak expansion. First of all, South Africans don't owe Somalians a space in their country, but that's besides the point. Here's my point. How I will tell you.
Wow. No, you can't say that. You can't say that when we give you cheap, good products, and then you kill us for giving your people good, cheap products. Why can't you guys sell your products for cheap?
Expansion. Don't be emotional. Don't be entitled. Don't have entitlement.
No, because you're making a stupid point. You know what I mean?
Allow me to speak.
Okay, go on.
When Somalians were establishing themselves in South Africa, there's a history that happened. It still continues to happen. They were organized and they used to hire hitmen to kill South Africans who were running spaza shops. This has happened in many communities. However, people have accommodated many Somalians. Their businesses flourished here with our people. So we do have a problem with Somalians, but it's not our biggest problem. That is, it's a priority. So let me tell you this: don't fall for media and try to pitch your Somalians against us, because I can tell you.
I know a Somali guy. Yeah. He's probably his 40s. He had the shop in South Africa in 98.
Look, who cares what's happening to the Somalis there? This is not about Somalia. This is Nigeria. You guys always seeking attention. Forget about it. Don't talk about Somalia, guys. Ignore him. Do not change the topic. Ignore this guy.
Listen,
you're always seeking attention. No one cares. This is about Nigeria for once. Stay on topic. Just stop it, man. Just stop it. Stop it, man. Stop it. Talk about Nigeria, sir. Stop it. Stop it, man. Stop it.
The topic is about xenophobia. So I'm going to talk about xenophobia. You know what I mean? So if xenophobia is happening to my people, I'm going to ask questions. Is that not the topic of the question? Come on, man. Stop being emotional. You know what I mean?
Allow me to speak. There's no South Africans who are trying to run spaza shops in Somalia. When you see your people running spaza shops in South Africa, they are at our mercy and we allow them to do that. You must stop with your entitlement instead of fighting us and thinking you are entitled to our country. I accept the fact that, be grateful for the fact that we have housed many of your people who even have got communities in our country, because there's no South African community in Somalia. Just be grateful for what we have done for our people here and stop nagging us and accusing us of xenophobic, because if we were xenophobic, many Africans wouldn't be in South Africa more than any country in Africa. We house the largest communities of all kinds of Africans in our country. Instead of you guys coming here and nagging and expecting all these things from us, Why are you people running from your own countries and establishing yourselves in South Africa? We are not a problem.
Loathing.
We are not a problem.
Loathing, but the fact and figures show that you have xenophobic record, especially against Nigeria.
Okay, then
look, Nigerians, Nigerians have no room. They have no room to point fingers at South Africans. South Africans, in fact, if they were xenophobic, like he said, they have the most. They have the most foreigners in their country.
You're not experienced in this problem, Afrodamus. You live in America, please.
Oh, geez. Hold on. Can I speak now? Because I have the floor, right?
Yeah, but you don't. What is your experience with
Can I speak? Can I speak?
Let Afrodamus finish.
Okay. Here's the thing. I know this every single time. None of these people are coming up with, admitting that, this is happening. They're like, oh, it's just few numbers. Those Boko Haram is not the majority in Nigeria, but they've done enough damage for the world to know who they are, right? So you guys come on these panels, you're talking to South Africans as if they owe you. They do not owe you anything. If you don't like what's going on in their country, if they are so bad, pack your bags and go back to your country. It's that simple. They don't owe you a damn thing. I'm not, sir, please, can you please grow up and let me finish?
Are you done?
And you guys are coming on here, trying to gaslight, this conversation, pushing the goalpost, talking about, oh, the drugs, where is it coming from? Where it's not coming from? All we know is, even here, oh, geez. Can you guys at least control yourself? Jesus. So just like here in the United States, they have plenty of millions of undocumented people, millions of them. They don't know what the number is, but you guys are going to sit here and try to tell us, though, only the number recorded in South Africa, those are the ones there. They don't have a bunch of illegals in this country. These countries that are complaining, they don't have South African communities in your countries. Why are you guys bothering these people? If you don't like it, you don't like their laws, just leave.
Why attack the people that work in shops and do small businesses and not the big corporates that own these guys? Listen, the big corporates that own South Africa, that they should be going after, they keep quiet about them. But when they go after the people that come there that do honest business, then it's wrong. That's what I'm condemning.
They should pack and go back to Somalia.
Hold on. The master is coming. Hold on, Ike is here.
No, it's my turn. It's my turn to speak.
Wait 1 second, guys.
Allow me to speak, Kaizo. Can I just?
Okay. 1 second. So just before you go, Lozi, let's let Ola Jide, then Ike, and then you. Since he hasn't spoken for a while. Go ahead, Ola Jide.
Thank you very much. I think I've been here for almost 2 hours now, and I've not said a word. So, but at this point, I think we need to speak some truth to ourselves as Africans. Well, the South Africans they own their space. They have the right to do whatever they want to do in their space. They own their country. I am a Nigerian. They can decide to make the rules in their country. But however, I'm not going to contest that with you if that is what you're saying. But however, from listening to you for the past 2 hours, almost 2 hours now, I can conclude that it goes and it stems beyond the narrative you're trying to push. Because I feel you're trying to use that as just an alibi to really cover the problem. And the problem is you guys just hate Nigerians. And I say that because when you were asked the question the other time, you said it doesn't matter, you don't care. And you need to care. You need to care. See, Nigerians generally, everywhere Nigerians go, there are the bad eggs and there are the good eggs. You speak of drugs, even in Nigeria, I can tell you the percentage of people that take drugs in Nigeria might not even be up to 2% of the whole population. Okay? And Nigerians don't produce drugs. And drug business is an organized crime. It's an organized crime, meaning that South Africans are involved, your custom services are involved, your top officials are involved, your businessmen are involved. Yeah, the Nigerians might be the one hawking it on the street. Okay, from what you've just said, I'm trying to just premise on what you've said, but it's an organized crime, and you guys are also involved. So what I don't like is when we come to this space and we say all Nigerians are this. It's very bad. It's a very, very bad way of speaking of other people. You were talking about Somalians the other time. You said, who cares about Somalians? That is to tell you that what is driving you, the intention you have, is not the drug. The intention you have is just because you hate these people. And somebody pointed out to you, the bigger problem you have in your country is the white man that is killing you, taking everything that has been yours, and is dominating you every day and night. And instead of you going after these people, you rather want to go after Nigerians, Somalians, or people that have come there to just find a way to live. Fine, it's not your fault that they are there, yeah, and it's not compulsion that they must be there. But the truth of the matter is there are South Africans there in Nigeria too, and I want you to know. Okay, on our news some days ago, when they were looking into this oil-borne crane and things like that.
Just land your point because you want to respond as well. Kaizo, manage this, man.
Let me land my
Okay. Let him
my
land, and we'll go to Ike and then you, Lozi. Yeah, finish your point, Olajide.
I think he has dropped off.
Oh, okay.
That-
I think he's dropped off. Yeah.
No. Is it right for me to say all Ghanaians are oil bunkers? No. You people just hate Nigerians, and that's just the bottom line. And what you're saying is just because you're speaking out of your hatred and not the main point. You're using that as an alibi, and it is clear and it's glaring to see. That's my point.
Okay, thank you very much for your point of view. Ike, go ahead. What's your point of view on this topic?
Hey. I'll be brief and then I'll leave. And by the way, if you're not speaking, go ahead and mute yourself. That way, people can have a better listening experience. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. Now, their hatred, let's say, is 100% their right. Okay? Just like they have the right to their own space and whatnot. Human beings are human beings everywhere, and human beings are full of hate, xenophobia, ethnocentricity, and all that kind of crap. You can't go pointing fingers at people and saying, hey, here's your real problem. Your real problem is the white man. Your real problem is this and that. They don't give a F. As a matter of fact, the more you keep telling them what the real problem is, the more they're going to feel justified in their hatred against you. Your reputation is your responsibility. It might not be your fault, but it's your responsibility. It's not their responsibility to change their minds, okay? And the stats and all that, it's not going to change anything. They should not care. It's not your job to tell them what they should be caring about, okay? And they like their hate, as human beings tend to do. They feel comfortable in their hate, okay? And I'm not using this word hate as a derogative kind of thing. That's why I say all human beings, right? And so on and so forth. Because my main point here is no one owes you anything. They should not care about what you want them to care about. You have no right to be telling them, hey, you should focus on this, not focus on that. Why? It's not your freaking place. Get the hell out of there. If that's a red zone in your area where people are undesirable because of their quote unquote hatred or whatever, then you act accordingly. It's your responsibility to act accordingly. And generally speaking, everybody knows that the outsider is going to be judged more harshly than an insider. Okay? Your local criminal is your local criminal, just like your particular mess in your apartment is fine. But your roommate's mess is different, especially if it's some foreign roommate, right? Everybody understands this. All of a sudden, we're going to start acting like moralizing and pointing fingers and let me tell you what your real problem is and so on and so forth. Perception is reality in social space. That's what I'm here to say. Thank you very much. Peace. I'm out.
Okay, yeah, shout out
Okay.
to you. So
Okay, that's
Ilozi.
okay.
Okay, all right. So, brother Ike did touch on what I was saying, and I like his spirit because he's not coming from a position of begging. What I'm hearing here, people trying to what is blackmail us and saying we are xenophobic, we are hateful. That's just an African talk begging. We should stop begging. If South Africans say they don't want you in their country, they don't want you. Stop begging them. They're not going to change their minds, as the brother said. And all these people coming here with high moral ground, they run into South Africa because South Africa is a better country than where they come from. Better freedom, better democracy, better economy. Let's not come here and act like South Africa is the worst place where the hate is. You are running away from tribal wars. When in your country you elect leaders based on tribe, you've got even other tribes killing each other. You still see things on the news where a headsman is raising the cattle with AK-47, going through village and village butchering people. It doesn't happen in South Africa. You find cases where like more than 500 school girls have been raped over a week. It doesn't happen in South Africa. So let's not act like South Africans are these bad people.
Has someone
No, don't disturb me. I did not interrupt anyone.
Let him talk. Let him talk, Andre.
So when you guys come here with high moral ground, don't forget that you have got shitty things happening in your countries more than us. Hence, you are running to our country in more numbers, more than any country in Africa. These are facts. Let's not try to demoralize South Africans. If South Africans are tired, they fed up, they say, look, we're not responsible for the entire continent. The large numbers of people running here is because we have got something good going on. South Africans are just protecting their own interests. Who we choose to be in our country shouldn't bother you. We're not choosing whether Indians should stay in your country or Lebanese. We're not mingling in your affairs. We're not trying to establish South African communities in your countries. Why is it so hard for you people to allow South Africans to implement the rules they want in their country? And Africa must please do a show on this, brother. I'll come in and just send me a link.
No one is saying you cannot.
Yeah, wait, okay, shut up. Wait, guys, yeah, just before we let Afridamus respond, after two people, we've got three new panelists, Ola, and then Kenny and FM, and then Afridamus. So go ahead, Ola. What's your thoughts? But keep it brief. We've got a full panel. Go ahead.
Okay. So one thing I just want to pass across is, Lozi, see, Nigerians and in Canada, they're in the US, everywhere they are. Every country must have their own laws and they apply their laws accordingly. There's no problem there. If Nigerians go to South Africa, if they commit a crime, apply the law. Nobody's talking about that. But unleashing jungle justice on Nigeria, on Nigerians is where the problem lies in. Just get that fact right. Nobody is saying Nigeria should come from nowhere and go and destroy your country. No. Now, the way you speak, as if you want to isolate yourself from other Africans. If you forgot the history, some people will never forget. We still know the roles that Nigeria played during the era of apartheid. Take that one for 1 point.
Thank you.
There are no country in this world is an island. As we speak today, the fact that Nigerians, they are not violent towards another people from another countries does not mean there are there are thousands of South Africans in Nigeria. If you don't know today, get that fact right. And there are many South African companies in Nigeria that are doing far better than they are doing in South Africa because we have that economic edge. So don't let us see ourselves as, what I'm saying is this, don't let just see ourselves as unnecessary enemies or whichever way you can view that. You understand what I'm saying? So all this grandstanding of leave our country for us, we have the right. Nobody is saying you should not apply your law. We are saying don't apply jungle justice. There's a big difference. A criminal is a criminal. It doesn't matter the nationality. It can be white, it can be black, it can be anything. A criminal should be dealt with according to the law, not according to the jungle justice. What if we apply jungle justice on an innocent person? At the end of the day, you find out the person didn't commit a crime. That's the problem Nigerians are facing now. When they say Nigerians are destroying our countries, Nigerians are destroying your country? Like, seriously? Who are those Nigerians? That's where I have problem. Don't let us generalize. That's what I'm saying. People committing crime everywhere, you deal with them. Simple as ABC. Nigerians have companies and have businesses in South Africa. South Africa have businesses in Nigeria. If you are saying, okay, let us start say, okay, Nigerians leave our countries and Nigerians say, okay, South Africa leave our countries, then there will be no war for it. This war will be no good place for us to live. That's exactly what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, shout out.
All right, is that my turn?
No, let's 1 second. Afridamus, your turn is after the next guy,
Okay.
Kenny, and then we'll let Lozi. And just before that, let me shout out to the sponsors again. Shout out to NIGMIZI for 11 euros. Why are Nigerians the face of African criminality? And then Ike answers that with a $10 super chat. Says NIGMIZI, Nigerians, especially southern ones like myself, are loud, uncouth, and irreverent, and we love breaking rules. It works to our benefit. In some regards, but there are some drawbacks. So yeah, Kenny, go ahead, and then Afridamus and Lozi, and then FM.
I don't do dry snitching on you. Come on.
Oh, thank you very much. I don't really have much to say, but I came in because of what I've been hearing, that what people are saying in regards to Nigeria. Like my brother said, there is criminal everywhere. But all of us, we need to remember, we need to go back on history. On memory lane about history. The other guy was talking about other country. What Nigeria has done for South Africa. No other no other African country has done it for South Africa. We did a lot for you people, but some of you guys sit down there and talking Nigeria. No, there's crime everywhere. South Africa, London here where I live, they're selling drugs. South African people, I know them. So we should stop. We should stop pointing finger at one person or at one country that Nigeria. No, there are some people, they will commit crime. They will say they're Nigeria, of which they're not Nigerians. And I'm saying that. As a matter of fact, I live in London. I know some people, they will commit crime here. They will ask where you come from. I'm from Nigeria. Okay, what's your name? They don't know what to say. So we should appreciate and accommodate each other. We should stop all this hatred about Nigeria. The other guy was talking. That guy is a Nigerian hater. You should stop it. Okay, I don't know how you maybe you don't know the history. You should go and you should go and read your history about what Nigeria did for you guys. When you guys are suffering from white people, we were there for you guys. So some of your leaders used Nigerian passports to go out to go out of South Africa. To come to abroad. So we should stop. Don't let us don't make us remember. All those things we've done for you guys. We should stop this. It's not nice. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, shout out. So yeah, go ahead, Afridamus, make your response. Then we'll let Lozi and FM, the other Nigerian in South Africa.
Yeah, here we go again. As usual, gaslighting. Lack of taking responsibility. They have to go around the circle talking about what they did for South Africa. You did not do anything for South Africa more than what they did for themselves. Can you please mute, sir?
You don't.
Can you mute? It's too much noise. Can you mute? So coming here talking about we did this and okay, if you did good for them to be independent, does that mean you're gonna come in and destroy their country? You cannot deceive. You cannot tell people how they should see you. They see you exactly as you are. So you have to take responsibility. You don't want to admit that you do have a criminal element amongst your population that go and distribute this criminality in other countries. So someone was saying, oh, only about 5% people use drugs in Nigeria. That's even worse. So you people don't use it in your country, but you go and distribute it in other people's country. That even makes it worse. You see, that even makes it worse. You are selling a product you're not using, highlighting that there is South African companies in Nigeria. Nobody is saying better and clean trade is not welcome. That's not what they are saying. They're just saying we do not want these elements in our country, and it's South African people's right. Don't come here gaslighting us, talking about, oh, you want to make yourself an island. They didn't say it about any other country. They didn't say we don't want to have anything to do with other African countries. They are there. They can see for themselves. They see who is doing what. You cannot keep pointing at the South African criminals. Those are South Africans. That's their country. They are doing it in their country. a stranger committing crimes in another country looks worse because you are not from there. You are
Sorry,
not from
can I
there.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a
No,
question,
no.
please?
No, let him
No,
Let
talk.
me
no,
Let him
please.
finish.
talk.
Can I
No,
ask a
let him
question?
talk. Let Afrodamus
No,
talk.
no, there's order here. Please
Yeah,
stop.
let me finish.
Yeah,
Let me
guys,
finish. I did
let
not,
Damas finish. Yeah.
so coming around here, saying, oh, we helped them. Sure, great. You supported their independence. So now you want to come and set it on fire, delinquenting their children, putting drugs on their streets. I didn't hear one single responsibility here. Dancing all over. Oh, we have Nigerian space scientists. Sure. Sure, those people. Can I finish? We have South African company in Nigeria. So what? They are not selling you drugs. They are bringing you good service. I'm sure if the good Nigerians there, they have no issues with them. But take responsibility for your criminals. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
Okay,
Kaizo,
thank
can
you, Uncle
Emeka
Damas.
come in?
No,
Can
I need
Emeka
to. No, it's
hold
my
on,
1 minute. It's
hold
my
on,
turn, man.
hold on.
But it's my
Can you
turn.
come in?
Wait.
Can
But
Emeka come
Kaizo,
in?
what is going on now?
Wait, 1 second.
Hold on. Did you say Lizo should come in? I'm keen for Emeka
Yeah,
to
let
come in quickly.
Lozi.
Yeah.
Okay, so let since Lozi will cry, let's let him first and then Emeka. Go ahead, Lozi.
Can I say one thing? I haven't.
No,
Can I say
wait,
one?
1 second. 1 second.
Come on, come on now.
One
What's
second.
going on?
Wait,
I
1
haven't
second. Let
spoken.
Lozi go ahead first.
Oh God.
Lozi.
mate.
Yeah, go ahead, Lozi.
Okay.
And then
First
Emeka, you
of
can go
all,
next.
we have allowed Nigerians to run for the longest time with this nonsense that they helped us. They didn't do jack shit for us. The only thing they did, just like many other African countries, is to speak on UN, United Nations, about what was going on in South Africa. Because the Burkis, the Afrikaners, shut down the media. No news was traveling outside South Africa. But we had our own comrades, like the late that guy who won. I'm forgetting his name. He was all over the globe spreading the news. I'll remember Desmond Tutu. He won a Nobel Peace Prize with Mandela. These South Africans were doing the job most of the time for themselves in a continent full of more than 50 countries. Non-military was sent to rescue our people. It took students to fight the military with stones, and we lost lives as Black South Africans to free our country, to liberate ourselves. No country in Africa hosted more than 10K South Africans. None. And those few countries that hosted our people in large numbers, close to in few thousands, it was Tanzania, Zambia, Angola, Mozambique, a bit of Ethiopia as well. None of my people went to Nigeria in more than 100. It was only 23 students. This is documented in museum in Soweto. It was 23 students who were given passport to go study in Nigeria, which 3 of them couldn't come back home. They suspect that one of them died in Nigeria. He was banned there. Let's not come up here and claim things. Most Nigerians claim to have helped South Africa with some kind of like weird 61 billion US dollars. There's no country in history that has actually ever done such transaction other than the current war between Ukraine and Russia, where American government is pumping billions to the government of Ukraine. Nigeria itself, back in the days before 1994, it had only an economy of 54 billion US dollars in GDP. Where will they get this? So we cannot keep on going with the scamming culture of lying. Yes, Nigeria did play a role by speaking in the UN and making sure that they make the world see that what is going on. Just like Cyril Ramaphosa today was speaking in the UN saying they must lift the sanctions in Zimbabwe and Cuba. Nigeria has done that. They have held debates where they were spreading awareness. We are grateful for that. But we have done more for Nigeria in return, more than what they have done for us. Case in point is many students from Nigeria were sent to study in South Africa. When they came to South Africa, either under asylum seeker or as a migrant, who were sent by our government through our programs, and it was the South African taxpayers who paid for that. There's a guy who's been interviewed by Tayo, the Nigerian YouTuber, who's successful today running his business. He was sent to university by the taxpayers of South Africa. There's many of those examples. We don't come here and tell you guys because we are not on a begging bowl. We're not trying to squeeze ourselves to Nigeria. Our many companies there in Nigeria, it's more than 120 of them. They are creating employment. And we didn't need to send the entire community of South Africans for those companies to succeed there. They actually are managed and run by many Nigerians, creating employment. We have got more than 500 companies from America here in South Africa. You don't see any community of South Africans in USA. You don't see us going to USA feeling some kind of entitlement, creating being criminals there. We don't do that. We have got more than 500 of American companies here in our country. Let's be honest. South Africans, as I say again, we don't need this kumbaya to come here and be saying all these hula balas. South Africans will make rules in their countries. How you take it, how you feel about it, it's up to you. We don't care. You won't be able to stop us. You don't even have access to do so. I lay my case.
Lozi, just before you, we open up after Emeka. But yeah, Lozi, just before you go, one quick statement. Do you agree with the vigilante attacks on Nigerians who sell drugs in South Africa? Or do you agree with the brother that it only should be the law? Yeah.
First of all, Kaizo, many Nigerians are killed by Boko Haram and Fulani headsmen in Nigeria. I don't know why this doesn't make news. You must make a life for that and discuss that. If they really care about the life of Nigerians, Snake Man, don't disturb me. If they really care about the lives of Nigerians, we see horrible videos where they butcher people with machetes. Now, in South Africa, I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything where Nigerians are attacked by vigilante. If anyone has got a proof of that, I'm happy to see it.
Okay, shout out. So yeah, Emeka, go ahead. What's your response? And then we'll move around the panel.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Greetings and blessings. I've listened attentively, and this is an emotionally fueled conversation. I will try to choose my words very carefully. First and foremost, before I begin to speak, I would like to address each and every one of us as brothers and sisters, right? And while we are emotionally charged, we must also recognize that we're still brothers and sisters. Let me proceed. Now, I don't know if all of us were very familiar with the UN, United Nations Charter for Human Rights. Article 13 says everyone has the right of freedom of movement and residence within the border of each state. Everyone has the right to leave any country, including his own, and to return to his country. Article 14 says everyone has the right to seek and to enjoy in other countries asylum from persecution. Likewise, in the same Article 14, it says the right may not be invoked in the case of prosecution generally arising from non-political crimes or acts contrary to the purpose and principles of the United Nations. Article 15 also says everyone has the right to a nationality. And the same Article 15 says, no one shall be arbitrarily deprived of his nationality or denied the right to change his nationality. Why do I say this? Is I think in Africa, we are quick to hate each other, regardless of our shortcomings. I think we're quick to be angry with each other. I'm not in any way trying to excuse anybody. I know in the 70s or 60s or 70s or in the 80s, thereabout, we told our Ghanaian brothers to leave our country, right? When there was some economic recession. And we looked at them and said, they were stealing our jobs. And that was where the popular word, Ghana must go, came about, that they must leave our country. Okay? And the Ghanaians, many of them who were not strong enough decided to leave the country and return back home. We are replicating the same thing in South Africa too, and likewise in some other African country. I listened to one of the brothers on the show who spoke, Nigeria spoke very nicely about us in the AU. And I think yesterday, the president of Nigeria also spoke eloquently about the ills and the shortcomings of Africa, and letting the world know Africans should not be in a pitiable state. We have one common enemy in Africa, and that's poverty. Everywhere across the 56 nations of Africa, poverty is ravishing each and every country, right? We also have another problem in Africa, poor leadership. I won't say bad leadership, I will say poor leadership. Everywhere within the 56 nation states in Africa, we have poor leadership. So in this light, we all have similar problems. Now, I just gave an example of what happened in the 70s when we told the Ghanaians to leave. Same thing happening in South Africa now. Now, we also need to be very careful with the kind of words and language we use. I know there are some decent um, Nigerians in South Africa contributing to the economy of South Africa positively. There are some Nigerian expatriates in South Africa working in various corporations or in corporate South Africa, and they are contributing their quota to ensure that the economy of South Africa is good. Likewise, there are criminal elements in South Africa from Nigerian descent that are also perpetrating crimes in South Africa. The problem here is the quickness or the rapid move to label these criminals in their nationality and to say, oh, you guys are coming into our country to perpetrate crimes and to destroy our country. These are criminal elements. They do not represent the Nigerian mindset. They do not represent the Nigerian positivity and the Nigerian movement of moving from one country to another country to plug in and become useful citizens or useful nationals or useful residents that would help that country grow. So, what I would want to say is these criminal elements that are going around and destroying South African communities should be properly identified, incarcerated, and deported back to Nigeria once they are found. In this respect, because what we are trying to do now, for if we label this as a Nigerian problem in South Africa, those Nigerians that are doing great jobs, fantastic jobs, contributing to the economy of South Africa, once you get to label this wrongly, you categorize everyone in a bracket, and then you are now weeding out everybody out of your country. My brothers, I will be very honest with you, and my sisters, if we do have any female on the panel or those who might be listening. South Africa has a poverty problem. South Africa has an unemployment problem. It is not strange to other countries in Africa. If you chase away those who are you label as those who are taking up your job, it does not solve the problem. How do you solve this problem is identify the criminal elements, the criminal Nigerians who do not represent Nigerian as a country. These are criminal elements. We also have criminal elements in Nigeria, and we also have criminal elements everywhere in the world perpetrating crime. Some people just love to perpetrate crime. Identify them, incarcerate them, or whatever punishment you want to melt on them, which is according to the law. And once they are done serving their term, send them back where they are supposed to be. Send them back to Nigeria, right? But again, do not deny those who contribute positively to your own country. That was why I went straight to the United Nations Charter for Human Rights, right? So in this respect, we need to be careful because once this mindset is being perpetuated, and every other 56 nation country begin to retaliate, we may not have an African continent to call home anymore. We should not push an agenda or allow people who are pushing an agenda to push that agenda successfully and then change our mindset towards our own brothers. Let's call a spade a spade. Many Nigerian nationals have married South African nationals and they've raised children. They've also some of them, many of them are law abiding. They've keyed into the South African way of life, and some are more South African than Nigerians. So we need to also be careful in that light and be able to identify those who are perpetrating this crime. If you have useful information, provide them to law enforcement. Let them face the wrath of the law. It is not a Nigerian problem. It is a criminal problem. So let's be able to distinguish this carefully and act according to the law.
Damn,
No, that makes sense. Lozy, wait, hang on, Lozy. Just before you go, let's let Snake Man go first. Then you can respond. Snake Man.
Lozy, you know me. I'm not an enemy of South Africa. Like I have no, that is not, I'm a Nigerian and I have no fight because I truly do not care. What I'm more interested in, and that's why what I wanted to be part of the topic is, okay, we have a problem. That is my German mind not talking. Let's identify that problem. Let's search for the, how can we solve that problem? How do you solve that problem? You must find out where it is, what it is, and how it functions. The problem I have in this entire discussion, that's why I say I have nothing against xenophobia. I have nothing against stupidity, and I know I have something against stupidity. I have nothing against racism or something. But when I say, hey, if you do it, if the South African do it, at least be productive with it. At least be pragmatic with it, because what I see very often is that something is started in Africa and it's never finished. The problem is actually never solved. What I'm saying, that is my entire thing. What I'm hearing is, and every time I ask for stats, especially from the South African, I only hear feelings. And that's why I say, hey, if you want a low IQ movement, when it ends in low IQness, do it, brother. It's your country, nothing against it, but then not come and try to tell us, hey, don't call it xenophobia, don't call it low IQ, because you must show us that you can do the movement. No problem. It's your country, brother. But show us that it's not born out of feelings and stupidity. Until now, no South African ever showed me anything. I mean, the Nigerian president talked about that your state has stats. That the Nigerian ambassador looked at stats. Where are those stats? Why does Nigerian ambassador know more about your countries than you?
Can I respond now? Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is the begging talking points are always here, and I think African men, you need to start respecting yourselves. This whole talk of saying a lot about South Africans, it just sounds like you guys are begging. Look, the fact that South Africans are not crying xenophobic in any country, we cannot be victims. We hold the cards. You guys, as I said earlier on, you can use any word you want to define us, but we're the ones who are holding the cards here, and we must be clear about that. We're not trying to stay in anyone's country, and we can say a lot of things. We can say any lot of assumptions about South Africans. I even heard the brother saying South Africa's got a problem of poverty. Ain't that even a joke coming from a Nigerian? No African can actually say South Africa's got a problem of poverty. There is no black group on this continent that has got the highest standards of living more than us. There is no black group in Africa that lives better than us. Hence, people always vote with their feet. The road is marching towards south, my country, because you guys are many of your people are trying to access what we already have, which is normal for us. What we are saying is that South Africa has got migration issue. Stop preaching Pan-African to us. Stop telling us any of that. The topic today is around why Nigerians have got this, what is the word? They've got this title.
Okay, my brother, according to the World Bank, right? According to the World Bank, I like to deal with facts. According to the World Bank, 13.8 million people are experiencing food poverty in South Africa. So you do hold on, brother, please.
Can I be allowed to, because I did not interrupt.
Hold on, I will let you speak. Just give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. Brother, 30 seconds.
I did not interrupt
Brother,
you.
30 seconds. Brother, 30 seconds.
No, I don't want. No, I allowed you to speak.
Brother, 30 seconds.
We know that Loathing doesn't use stats. He was even wrong about the part.
No.
It was 300 students.
Brother, 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
When I'm
brother,
speaking,
you will speak.
You will speak. Any of these fuckers when they were speaking, guys. Can I be allowed to speak? No. Don't tell me I will speak because I allowed you to speak. No, you will speak after me.
Dr. K, are you there?
Oh, okay, hang on. Okay, so Lozi, finish your point, then Emeka can respond with these facts.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This fucker shouldn't allow me to interrupt me because I did not interrupt you. Now allow me to speak.
Continue. Don't lower yourself.
South Africa has got one of the lowest poverty rate in African standards if we compare with your countries. South Africa's poverty rate is 16% when we are using the World Bank in terms of using the same standards where a person lives below $1.8 a day. can I speak? Because you speak about numbers and I give numbers more than any of you on this panel for most.
But your numbers were always wrong.
Can I speak? Because I'm giving. Why are you interrupting me? Because I'm even giving numbers now. When a person is the standards are $1.8 a day. South Africa has got. We all use that standard. South Africa has got one of the lowest poverty ranking, and South Africa it's second to Morocco in Africa in terms of a country that is food secure.
Can you continue your discussion? We have heard that one. Continue what you want to say.
No.
Stop recycling. Stop recycling. Continue with the argument.
South Africa is an upper middle income country, one of the only four in Africa, upper middle income country. You cannot be an upper middle income country with higher poverty rates. It doesn't make sense.
So Walter, you make your point. Make your point. We have heard that one. Make your point.
Stop crying.
Can you fuck off? Because I'm still speaking. Here's the thing: if South Africa had higher poverty, bunch of you wouldn't be trying to rush and cry in xenophobic.
No one said that the highest poverty.
Snake, can you shut the fuck up, man? Snake, can you keep quiet? People with better countries are not crying xenophobic in other countries. You will go home when you're not wanted.
Stop crying about xenophobia. Just accept it.
Kaizo, what's going on, man? Can't you mute this there? Because I'm muted if I'm interrupting.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, Lozi. Go ahead.
Yes. So if South Africa had a high poverty rate, people will be voting with their feet to marching towards South African crying xenophobic. People will take their shit and go home. People with better countries with low poverty rates don't cry to stay in other people's countries. I lay my case.
You're still crying. Okay, are you done?
Okay. Okay, shut out. So approximately 55% of the population is living at poverty, the national upper poverty line. Okay, so
in South Africa.
Do you know what is national upper poverty line, Kaizo? Can we because no other countries measures poverty like that. It's called national upper poverty line. Do many of you know what is there? That they don't know because they come from third world where it's not even the standards are not even like that, right?
Okay.
So you
Kaizo doesn't sound like a Pan-African when they cry. It sounds like a Pan-African when you're certain states.
We can't compare South Africa with these dusty countries. We all know that.
Okay. So the stats are not lying. So the stats are wrong. So that does not sound like Hoteps.
Did you not hear what I was saying?
That doesn't sound like Hoteps when we talk about stats. That the stats are wrong.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Simba. What's your thought from what Lozi said?
To me, Lozi is just sounding like a sadist, and I don't expect such a foolish talk from a fellow African man. We all agree that we have problems generally in Africa, and somebody is there thinking that he doesn't need other Africans to survive, thinking that South Africa alone can survive in Africa. I think he's just living in delusion. And you can notice that when we have our head of state, our leaders in Africa converging, talking about Pan-Africa, and we have people like Lozi there spilling rubbish and thinking that South Africa and you can see, even if you look at the economy of South Africa don't trade with other African countries. They trade with Saudi Arabia and some other foreign country. So, and if you have a population filled with people like Lozi, that is what you get. So, to me, I think Africans, we still have a long way to go. You cannot tell me that South Africans don't live in other country. So how can you be talking as if you can only survive in your own country? You don't need other country to survive. Do you know the number of your population that are living in other country? If they are doing the same thing to you, how will you feel? So it's total rubbish that Lozi is filling up there.
Once again, he doesn't talk about facts. He talks about feelings. We established that. Like I don't know why you try to convince someone who does not care about facts. It's absolute retarded.
Okay, so let me.
Can I say something before you go?
Go ahead.
Lozi, see, in everything that I'm saying now, I'm saying you don't have any right. You don't have your right to feel the way you want to feel about foreigners in your countries. As for me, I'm only staying by the law. If you have your law of that country, apply it. That's the problem. If you start applying jungle justice, that is where the hatred starts. Why will you ignite your law and say, oh, I can do this better by applying jungle justice. That's where the problem is. If you can bypass your law, if you cannot ask your law enforcement agents to do the right thing, and you citizens say we want to do it ourselves, then that is hatred. That is what we are addressing. I just want you to get me right. So you can feel whatever the way you want to feel, but make sure that you follow justice, apply the law. Let justice seem to be done rather than say, oh, I want to behave like the lion in the jungle, that all animals, as far as I'm concerned, they should be my meal. Don't behave that way. Because I'm talking that I'm talking about the threat to human civilization.
Can I go after him?
Is when everything you want to apply is done with justice. Thank you.
But you can't blame them. Blame Nigerian politicians.
Okay, Kaizo.
It's not about blaming anyone. Just use law. Simple. That's what I'm after.
Kaizo.
Just once. Yeah, go ahead, Lozi. Then we'll let Al go.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You see, the funny part is these are people who probably cannot resolve the issues in their country, hold their leaders accountable, and they opt to flee and run away to other countries. But it's the nerve and the irony of telling South Africans how they must do things and tell their government what to do, while back at home they fail to let their government do anything for them, and they flee. But anyway, let's handle this. Simba there just comes and waffle and say, can I just interrupt anyone?
Lozi, sorry. Please, 1 minute, please.
No, guys, allow me to speak. You'll speak after me. I don't interrupt anyone when I speak, when they speak. So Simba here just comes and waffle like a crocodile with nothing, with evidence. South Africa is the biggest country that trade with other African countries more than any other African country. If you come to SADC, like there's 5 regions in Africa. If you come to southern region, which is called SADC, South Africa exports more and imports more to other African countries. It's basically the economy of the southern. In other regions, if you go to West Africa, China is the biggest export and trade in West Africa. East Africa is the same. North Africa is the same China. Central is the same China. Only in Southern Africa, South Africa is the biggest export ahead of China. South Africa, in West Africa, if you go to countries like Ghana, Nigeria, and Ivory Coast, Senegal, one of their biggest trade after Western countries and China, it's South Africa. Same if you go to East Africa, Kenya, Ethiopia, you find Standard Bank there, you find MTN networks, you find many stores from South Africa. Same if you go to Central Africa. So don't just come here and waffle things from your behind and think you are making sense. Because I know what I'm talking about. And Snake, when you
Lozi, can I talk now?
Allow me to
then shows is that
challenge me on any states that you
No. Lozi, wait 1 second, guys. We have to move to the next speaker, Olajide. But Lozi is correct on that point. But yeah, go ahead, Olajide.
Okay, Lozi, see, whatever we are saying here, we are not saying South Africans don't have the right. They have the right to their law. They have the right to say this the way they want to govern their country, and that's what I'm trying to say the other time. But what I'm seeing from what you're saying now is like you guys feel in your responsibility, or your government failed in their responsibility, and you're now trying to look for who to put the problem on or take justice into your hands. See, let me tell you something. It won't change anything tomorrow if your government says all Nigerians should leave South Africa. They would leave. It's not the end of the world, okay? If your government says they should leave, they would leave. You have laws against crime in that country. You should enforce your laws. The same thing happened in Nigeria when some people were pushing the narrative of herdsmen from Niger coming to cause problem in the country. It's not the problem of the herdsmen, it's the problem of the government that could not secure its country. Okay? So now you guys could not push your government to say, okay, Nigeria should go. You could not push your government to say everybody that is a Nigerian that carries the green passport should evacuate your country. So you now took it upon yourself to start killing Nigerians. And the hypocrisy in that is you come here to say you're very civilized, you're the best race in the black race, and you are the one doing the most barbaric thing by killing innocent people. So please, can you just stop this narrative? For me, I see it like you're coming from the space of emotion and anger. Just go to your country. You have sectors, move laws to evacuate all Nigerians and expel them from your country. It's that simple.
Okay.
Why should they have to expel Nigerians? Why don't they just go home from their own volition?
No,
Why do they have to?
that's not the right way to do things, right? I think we've spoken. Everybody according to the United Nations Charter Rights of Human Rights, everybody is allowed to move. There's freedom. There's freedom of movement. There's freedom to move from one country to another country. There's freedom to reside where you want to reside.
And there's also
the bad thing is, what we're saying is, I know Lozi is really upset. I understand his emotional standpoint. It's painful when you have criminal elements perpetrating crime in your country and trying to bring your country down. Nobody's going to take it away from South Africa. South Africa is a rich country, despite the fact there's still high levels of poverty. It's a rich country. It has a very strong GDP compared to other countries in Africa. Nobody's taking that away. Lozi, fantastic point. We get you. But what we're also saying here is that if you want to act, you have to act right. Don't act like savages, right? Act like decent people who have laws in your country and abide to those laws. Like what I think it's Ola. If you do not want a specific set of people in your country, why don't you go to your lawmakers and demonstrate legally about it? Why do you go about carrying out jungle justice? That is what savages do, right? That's what savages do. Civilized, hold on, sir, please. Civilized people would conduct. Civilized people would obey their laws and do things the proper way, but savages will go about doing things in an abnormal way. Now, I would expect South African residents and citizens to look at the ills in their community and say, let's handle this in a proper manner. I am not disputing the fact that there are criminal elements in your communities of Nigeria descent that are perpetrating crimes in your communities. But again, those people need to be identified. You do not throw a blanket and capture those who are living productively and who are not criminals. When you do that, it is wrong. When you do that, you are not right. When you do that, you are not also human. When you do that, you're a savage. So you must act decently and apply the law appropriately and do things the way civilized people behave.
So I agree. Just before you go, Lozi, Magnesi wanted to make a point, then you can go afterwards.
All right. So to the point, look, this is right here on the screen why Nigerians are leaving. Because the country is not as profitable as South Africa. But what responsibility does the Nigerian immigrant have to be a responsible immigrant and resident? If they're not being responsible, the South African people have every right to say, we don't want you here. And jungle justice is frowned upon by probably everyone on this panel. I don't condone it, right?
Not me.
Oh, you don't? Okay, cool. I think that we all respect the humanity of Nigerians. We don't want that to happen. But at the same time, those who are making a bad name for Nigerians need to be held accountable, and need to be held accountable by Nigerians themselves. Y'all talking about the government, but speak about why the situation is created by your Nigerian government that causes your people to leave and flee towards the whole world. Y'all got to fix that.
You see, can I say something? The reason why most
no, I'm responding.
No, let Lozi speak. Come on, let Lozi speak.
Yes, thanks, Nickman. Look, we back to the begging bowl. I'm not saying South Africans should take the jungle justice. No, that's not how it works. South Africa is a highly civilized country in Africa. Hence, it's attracting all kinds of Africans are running South Africa. Don't come here and try to act as if South Africans are savages. When you come from a country where the terrorists are running around, you've got Fulani headsmen butchering people. You've got these rebels occasionally coming in and out doing as they please. South Africa is not like that. We are a highly democratic nation where you've got a freedom of speech to express yourself however you want. Yes, we do have a group of vigilantes who are sick and tired of the government that is not doing anything and willing to take the law in their own hands. The fact that you cannot show me any Nigerian being killed by the mob or killed by people who are xenophobic attacks, it's weird what you're trying to push. While it doesn't take me long to find a video of Snake Man, don't interrupt me. It doesn't take me long to find a video of Boko Haram or Fulani headsmen butchering people in the villages in your country where the true
Loathing, this is not a comparison. This is not a crime comparison discussion, okay? Okay, get the point. Get the point. It's not a crime comparison discussion. This is a discussion on what is going on in South Africa. We are not comparing crimes here. I think you're getting things wrong. I believe you're really getting things wrong here. We are not comparing crimes. See, nobody is disputing the criminality going on in the respective countries. We are please get the point. Stay within context of the discussion, right? What you are doing, you are doing a country by country comparison. No. Get your facts right. Please get your facts right and stay in the context of the discussion and conversation. Okay, when we want to discuss Nigeria, and largely we will talk about the ills and the problems in Nigeria. Right now, we are discussing about the ills and the problem in South Africa. This is not where we are comparing Ethiopia with Nigeria or Ethiopia with South Africa or Ethiopia with Gambia. We are talking about what is happening in South Africa. So speak to the context of the conversation and stop pivoting to other things.
Can you show us the article I posted into Kaizo?
Can I speak without these people interrupting me? Because when they speak, I don't interrupt them. But you don't do anything.
It's not about speak, but we want you to be in the context of the conversation. You go about insulting people in the panelists. You don't know this individual. You don't know their economic standpoint. You don't know their standard of living. You don't even know if they're even better than you in your course of life. But you go about insulting people, and nobody here has told you to fuck off. You keep calling people fuckers. You keep calling people idiots. Is that how you behave in your country? Is that how you behave in life? What the fuck are you?
Kaizo, what is this article?
That article says South Africans apologize to Nigeria over xenophobic attacks. So who's been attacked? Show me a Nigerian that has been killed by South Africans called xenophobic attacks.
Oh, now you want a video. Before you said there was nothing.
I'm saying no. Show me where. Show me.
Okay. You want a video. Okay, you want a video. Okay, so I show you the video.
Yeah, show me when Nigerians are killed in so-called xenophobic attack in South Africa.
You see?
So in the meantime, let me speak from that waffle that was happening. People come here, say whatever they want about our country, and many of their people are fleeing their country to South Africa anyway, but we're not fleeing to their country. Here's the thing. They are so quick to tell us that you, South Africa, you must do this and this with your government. But dude, you flee away from your government that you couldn't tell them anything to do. They don't treat you well. They don't give you the basic stuff. You flee all the way far away, jumping many countries to be in South Africa in large numbers to a point where we've got your communities here. And you've got the nerve to tell us what to tell our government. Dude, we are fine with our government. Don't tell us what to do with our government. South Africans will do what they have to do for their country, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's just about it. There's nothing you can do. You can come here, waffle, and cry all day long. There's nothing you can do about what.
And we are not crying. We're just pointing out that you're emotional and don't use logic. That is all.
Yeah, you can.
Now you didn't disprove it. I mean, there's nothing against it.
Snake Man, you keep running with that same emotional narrative, bro. Stop trying to gaslight.
No, Magnesi, show me a step.
What?
About the discussion.
I'll show a stat, and this is going to be anti-South African real quick. Not that I mean it to be, but I really want the numbers to lead us to where we need to go. Right?
Thank you. That's why I want
so this is from the website Statista, right? Because we were talking about crime. Cities with highest crime index in Africa in 2023: Pretoria, Durban, Johannesburg, Port Elizabeth, Cape Town. So it's the top 5 are in South Africa. Then it's Windhoek, Namibia, and then Lagos, Nigeria. So the top 5 are in South Africa.
You see, you can understand it. The reason why other Africans hate Nigerian Reason why actually why so many foreign people don't go to Nigeria to go to East Africa. The reason why, because Nigeria is unstable. Let's say the truth. Nigeria, our politicians. The reason why we hate it around our politicians. We know
Who
like in
told you
Nigeria.
that many countries don't visit
It's
Nigeria?
a
Where do you
fact.
get that
No, we have to tell the
information
truth.
from?
We can't be lying here.
Nagmizi, can I ask you something, Nagmizi,
Yes,
brother?
yes,
Do you
sir.
think do you think the state of California produces better data than the state of Lagos, Nigeria? If you look at the budget of those countries and how much the resources they have, will you say one produces better legit stats?
Lizo, you have 59 million. You have 59 million. You have a population of 59 million people, right? And then 5 cities are perpetrating the most crime in Africa. That's the problem in South Africa that you guys need to deal with. A country with a small population of people, but perpetrating a huge crime in Africa is something you guys need to deal with. And what is the main driver of crime in a particular location? Poverty. That's the main driver. Then the secondary driver is a lack of consequences to curb the crimes. So, Liza, nobody is taking away your beautiful country. Your country is really beautiful. Your country is really doing well. I think is the best country in Africa in terms of income per GDP is doing great. That is why you have an influx of people coming into that country to better their life. But what we're saying is, don't act like savages. Be responsible citizens and don't take laws into your hands. And stop abusing people on this planet, my friend. Stop doing that. Be a responsible man. And if you don't have home training, please go get one for yourself, okay?
Don't look after you. No,
that was
the
uncalled
savages
for,
are your
brother.
own leaders because they don't look after you.
You see, what one team can take away
Okay,
from
Nagmizi, did I make sense in what I was asking you? I was
trying to hear you, but the brother cut you off and started talking about home training.
Okay, go ahead. Ask Nagmizi your question.
Okay, Nagmizi, I'm saying if we look at the state of California, for example, the amount of resources that are there, the level of development, the level of scrutiny, data, the whole system that is running there can produce better legit results in terms of a program that can produce data and also transparency of the government as compared to state of Lagos of Nigeria, which hardly knows how many people are living there in terms of numbers.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
So what exactly was this entire
I'm
saying that you can't trust Nigerian data compared to
when they say South African. When they say
what's that Nigerian? Hold on. Magnesi, what's that Nigerian data you used?
It was actually an American website, or actually a Western website. I don't know if it's American. It's called Statista. I use this a lot, actually. This is about crime and law enforcement.
And why is Losi talking about Nigerian stats?
He's just obsessed about Nigeria. Losi is just obsessed about Nigeria.
Yeah, I think a Nigerian man took his girlfriend. That's why he's upset.
Losi, are you telling me now that those states in those cities in South Africa are ranked top in Africa because of
Losi,
the Nigerians?
who took your girlfriend? Who took your wife?
Are you what you're saying? That is the Nigerians?
Losi, did a Nigerian man take your girlfriend?
If you ask me a question, am I allowed to respond now? Because if you ask me a question, I will.
Okay, Amati, let me ask you one. Okay. Did the Nigerian man take your girlfriend?
I don't date women who date Nigerians.
Ah, I see. That's a strong one, brother. That's a really strong one.
All right. So can I respond? Can I tell you this? A country that has got terrorism, rebels, and is failing, and its people are running away, I wouldn't trust any stats that comes from such failed.
But it's not our stats.
What?
It's not our stats, Losi.
No. So the American state that you see, it collects from national states. So what it does, it goes to countries and collect their national data coming from your own government.
But you see the issue, why are Nigerians living in Nigeria? There's a reason why they live in Nigeria. We actually say the truth here. The reason they live in Nigeria, our politicians in Nigeria are so bad.
Okay.
Until we step up as
everybody.
Nigerians and say
Good
enough to our
afternoon,
politicians,
everybody. My
we
name is
treat bad
Umbalo
around the West.
Sotolo Omololo. I'm from South Africa. I will have to tell you the reason why our South African men are killing the Nigerian men. This is because the Nigerian men are very good. They are good than the South African.
Yeah, let her play out. I want to hear what she said. Good about what?
Okay. Right, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Umbalo Suntolo Omolono.
What do you
I'm
mean?
from South Africa. I will have to tell you the reason why our South African men are killing the Nigerian men. This is because the Nigerian men are very good. They are gooder than the South African men. Our South African men, they don't take care of us more than the way the Nigerian men do. The Nigerian men give us money for hair, for food, for clothes. So, but the South African men are selfish. Nigerian men, they are not selfish. They take care of us very well.
Man,
So
Kaiser,
that
why
is
must you
why
always
the
put
South
that?
African men are angry, because all the beautiful ladies are now going after the Nigerian men. When you chase and date a Nigerian man, you enjoy your life. But we date the South African men and we are suffering. Nigerian men are taking good care of us and they have money. And we
Lozi,
want, we a lot of South African women are living
We
in
don't
Western
speak
states
like this,
because of
guys.
Nigerian
She's
men.
not South
That is
African.
why
That
they are
accent is,
killing
we
the
don't say,
Nigerian men,
man.
because our men are jealous and they are
Oh,
scared.
But
but one
anyway,
thing,
Nigerian men
one
have
thing,
taken
Lozi,
all
you
their
forget,
women from
Nigeria
them.
owns the
So
music industry
nobody
in Africa
wants
and the movie
to
industry
lose
in
his
Africa.
girl to a Nigerian man.
What?
We are scared because
Lozi,
Nigerian
now
guys
I
are
see why
ballers.
Lozi is angry. I
Nigerian
see why
guys are
Lozi
your
is
ballers. They
angry.
have money. They spend money on
But what
women.
does
They
Nigerian
buy
want?
clothes
guys.
in jewelries. They do things. They
Kaizo,
buy car. They put Uber for us.
MD4
So
is in the
now
chat. I
we
need him out
have
of
to
here.
tell you, South African men, leave Nigerian men alone for us. They are making us happy. They are making us happy. Stop killing them. We don't want to be
Yes,
alone. We
sister.
don't want you. On behalf of all
What
the
is
South
this?
African women, we reject all the South African men. We want Nigerian men in our life.
Man,
Nigerian men are too sweet to get over.
I'm done with
No,
you.
no, no, this is not even.
Yo,
Kaizo,
Kaizo,
Kaizo, what
pick
the?
up. Kaizo.
Kaizo run away. Kaizo used to chance to run away.
no, man,
okay.
African people are crazy, man. That's crazy talk, man. But anyway, she
No,
doesn't have our
no.
accent.
Many
We don't
South
speak
No,
like
Africans.
but
that.
brother, you just
Oh no.
admitted, right? You
Yeah,
admitted. See, I
one
thought I was
second,
talking to
Easy.
someone
He's
who
not in the chat.
was reasonable
Yo,
enough.
Kaizo,
Yo, guys,
He's not in the chat.
my Gambian slave Darth is in the chat. Can you block
Oh
him,
no, don't
please?
worry. He wasn't in the chat. He was in a on a tether stream somewhere else. No one can see the comments.
Nah, but
We
he's
need to
here. I see
Niger.
him.
Let's
Okay.
Niger. Come on.
MD4.
We know who
Yo,
we're talking
let
about.
me get a word in. Let me get a word.
No,
That's on the
I
panel.
removed it, so you won't see it.
Yeah, let me just get a quick word in. I'm not gonna be here for that long. I gotta do, but since I'm here, let me just say this really quickly, okay? The problem I have when it comes to Black South Africans is that they have a false sense of pride.
I agree.
And what I mean
It's
by
not,
that is,
but
I'm gonna
yeah,
give you an
it's not
example.
false.
If
We do have
somebody
pride.
from the UAE, Qatar, Singapore, China, Japan, if they want to flex on me, I can feel a certain kind of way about it. But see, I have to respect them because I know the wealth in that country they created. No one else can claim that. The problem we have with Black South Africans is that everybody knows that the wealth you guys have is only because of the whites that live there. And you guys don't want to be honest about that. And so you run across the African continent with this false sense
No, the wealth is
of
coming from our country.
bravado. Let me
Our
finish.
country is rich.
False
our country
sense
is rich.
of bravado. False
No,
sense
we have
of
pride.
just
Our country is
wealth.
beautiful, man.
And we're just like, dude,
Can
if
you
it
allow him
wasn't
to
for the
speak?
whites that live in that country, you would be poor to Zimbabwe. Most of you guys in South Africa essentially live in townships. The vast majority of you guys are incredibly poor.
That's not true.
So what we essentially have right now is a country in which, right, most of the Black native population has been pushed off into the townships to living in poverty, most unemployed, and then the white minority controls all of the wealth. They are the ones that are the pillar of the industrialization of South Africa. And so what's happening is that because Black South Africans cannot contend with the fact that they're at the bottom in their own indigenous territory, right? They tried to claim the white wealth of South Africa. Let's be honest here. All that wealth South Africa has to belong to is the whites were there. Everybody knows.
This guy does not speak for Black Americans. He's not a Black American. 100%.
Yeah, I'm not a Black American. I'm West
All
African. Everybody knows that. Even white people know this. Everybody knows that
Okay.
The wealth that South Africa has is because of the whites that are there. Let's be honest about that. Everybody knows this. If it wasn't for the whites there, you guys would be a shithole. Let's be honest. So when you're hopping on these panels, running around having all this pride, where's all this pride coming from? If all of the whites in South Africa left and took their industries with them, what do you have left? Hell, Nigeria ends up being better than you. And
Sorry,
that's why
they have property. They have
I'll leave it there unless someone else can continue.
Okay, Kaizo, can I respond now? Can a South African be rewarded a chance to speak for his country and countrymen?
Can you speak louder so we can hear you? We are not here. I think your mic has some issues. Speak louder, please.
Kaizo, can you hear me now, guys? Are you hearing me now? The West Africans.
Keep it quick, but yeah, respond.
Don't tell me to keep it quick, Kaizo, when you did not tell him to keep it quick. Please be fair, Kaizo. Don't be biased now. Okay. The guy there just came and waffled because he's bitter that our country is better than him. The entire continent was colonized by the Western people. There's no modern city in Africa that was built by Africans. There's no African country that controls its wealth. Almost the entire continent's wealth is controlled.
Lozi, that is not true. That what you are saying is not true.
Can I speak? Can I speak? The entire continent's wealth is controlled by about major 4 Western countries, being the UK, the French, the Germans, the Italians, the Americans, and the Spanish and the Portuguese. They still have got their footprint on the continent. That's why you guys are poorer than us and running to South Africa and other Western countries. You don't see South Africans running in large numbers to live in other countries because our living standards are high. Yes,
and why is that, Rosie? Why is that? You're talking about because the whites live in South Africa. If they didn't live in South Africa, you would be like everybody else.
Can I continue to speak and then you will speak after me? That is true because the entire continent, no Africans control their wealth. We just tend to live better than all of you, and that's what rubs you guys off. At the end of the day, Black South Africans have got the most collective wealth, more than any Black group in Africa. And I know what I'm talking about because I've got
the industrialization of the country is controlled by the whites. That's it.
Exactly. So what? So you're mad that white men chose to live with us and develop our country?
What I'm mad is that you guys have this false sense of pride. That's false. The power and what you have doesn't belong to you.
But that's on us. We have got pride in our country. So what must happen? We are happy of our country. Is that hating you? Are you hating because of that? Yeah,
the problem is that you guys are not honest about why your country is where it is. You make it seem as if it's you. Be honest about that.
The whole continent was colonized. No country in Africa today in the modern days, it's what it is because of the blacks. It is what it is.
Whites are only living in South Africa. Don't do that. You're being disingenuous.
Oh, well, God bless us. God bless Black South Africans.
Well, yeah, because you're right. Okay, and stop pretending as if Black South Africa is special. You're actually at the bottom because you're essentially admitting that you rely on the whites to take care of you, and that's fine.
You guys validate us by running and risking your lives to be in our country. You validate us.
So and that's 100% true. And Black Africans are doing that. But my only problem with Black South Africans is that they pretend as if the whites are not the ones who are creating that wealth.
No, they should stop pretending because we did benefit.
Even people from developed world, they travel to other countries to go and work. The problem the Black South African has is that they cannot leave their country because they are lazy and they don't even have the skill to go and work in other country. It's not only economic situation makes people to migrate. It's not only economic situation that makes people to migrate. So why are you hinging it only on economic situation?
People who live in developed countries are not migrating. That's not true. Let's be honest about it. If your country is developed, more than likely you're staying where you're at. You're not seeing Black South Africans migrating. That's not what's happening. They may be at the bottom in their own country. That's absolutely true. But they don't migrate the country because
where are they going to migrate to? Everyone is going there. Where are they going to migrate to? Where they go to? I know Black South Africans who leave South Africa to come to the West, the United States, UK,
to the West,
Canada. But they can't go to Africa because Africans are coming to their country, right? You're right on the movement of African migration. Migration is basically driven by economic purposes. So if other African countries or residents or nationals of other African countries are going to South Africa. Why would the South African want to go to other, except they are going as expatriates or someone is sending them over for business purposes? They would rather for economic purpose, they will move to a richer place, right? So they won't want to go to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is a shithole. Many Zimbabweans are in South Africa. They will also want to come to Nigeria. They can't survive in Nigeria, definitely, because they don't have the strength or the capacity or the stamina to survive there. So they would also not want to go to Kenya. They can't live there too. They would rather want to go somewhere else where they think they might be useful and better off and establish more. So
Emeka, let me vary it for you. See what Simba is saying. It doesn't mean that lower end of immigration is what you are looking at. Okay, for example, in Canada now, statistically, there are about 11 million British Canadian, those people that migrated. Now, you will see you can migrate to another country just for you to establish, as an entrepreneur to start something, which I believe that many Nigerians are in South Africa.
Correct.
Now,
Yeah.
migrate just to key into the normal skills there in that country too. So if you want to go by that illustration, for example, how come that Indians and the Chinese are coming to Nigeria, for example? Because Nigeria is supposed to be a poor country. It's supposed to be a poorer country than them. So there are so many factors. The thing is this: you don't migrate where you don't have skills. Why do you find out? I'm sorry to say there are some other Africans, but I'm talking of Nigeria now. Why do you think you find Nigeria everywhere? It's just because of the entrepreneurial spirit that Nigeria will tell you that anywhere they are, they will survive.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
So a lot of factors key in there.
I agree with you. I agree with you, brother. That what you're saying is right.
Look, let's be honest. Every group of Africans that are in South Africa, of course, you've got South Africans living in other African countries, but for every group, the numbers are not up to scale. You can't even compare. So for
You don't have the population itself. You don't have you have just 50 million. You don't even have the population. So what are you saying? Every other the numbers are not the same. When you don't have the population, Lizo, since you're on a country by country comparison, you do not have the population. You do not have the strength. Your country is doing well economically. The blacks in South Africa are poorer than the whites in South Africa. The blacks in South Africa do not have the economic strength. They do not have the economic might. They do not have the skill sets to even migrate. So that is why they are still stuck in where they are. The middle class black South African would continue to live in South Africa because they are doing much better off. The whites won't leave because the whites have the economic power. You do not have the skill set or the population. Stop doing this country by country comparison.
That's not true. Okay. Yes, it is true that black South Africans are at the bottom of the hierarchy in the country. But like
the blacks are poorer. The blacks are poorer. It is clear. It is evidential there that the blacks are poorer. So poor people can't migrate. They do not have the economic standpoint. They do not have the economic widower. They do not have the skill set to do that.
Africa, they may be at the bottom. Okay. But because South Africa is more developed, more industrialized, they still find themselves benefiting by proxy compared to others. Being at the bottom in America is not the same as being at the bottom in Nigeria. It's not the same thing. We got to be honest about that. Now, I still call out black South Africans for how they suck off the white man, but still, we have to be honest about this. They benefit by proxy by whites living there. So even though at the bottom in South Africa, they're not bottom like somewhere in Niger. Let's be honest.
No, I'm being honest, right? I'm not disputing your facts. It's you're right. So what he's doing, right, which I keep telling him, put your conversation into context of what we are discussing here. Nobody is disputing the fact that South Africa is not a rich country. South Africa is richer than Nigeria. The per capita is better, but their population is lower than Nigerian population. So there is no need to begin to do a country by country comparison, except you are very jealous. except you are jealous about something. We are not disputing. No Nigerian is going to come out here and say, "Oh, Nigeria is a richer country than South Africa." No Nigeria is that irresponsible to do that. So a Nigerian would not go about to start comparing Nigeria with South Africa with Johannesburg. A Nigerian would not go about comparing Lagos with Johannesburg or Cape Town or Durham. Nigerians will do that because we can see facts. We will respect facts. But when somebody is busy doing a city by city comparison, a country by country comparison, I think the person is
South
clearly
Africa
just
is
lost.
more industrialized. We got to be honest about that. Nigeria's economic standing is due to its large population. So what, 200 million? That's it. It's not the same. South Africa only has 50 million and it's almost second or third in the continent because it's more industrialized. You're only number one because of the mass population you have. Now, once again, this is
no. We are not. No. Let's correct that. So no. Let's correct that impression, right? It is even because we are more. That is why our per capita is lower. If you do the comparison together, you will see that over 200 million. Once you divide it by the GDP, it gives you a per capita of 5,000. It's because we are more. So, but
in
terms of our productivity output, please can we correct that impression? Can we correct that impression? Can we correct the impression? Can we correct the impression? In terms of our productivity output, we put out more products than every other African country on the continent.
You are lower on the value.
One second, guys. Let's set up a time. So 2 minutes each. Hammer, then Lozi, then Ola. Yeah. Let's Hammer go first, then Lozi, then Ola. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that look,
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Having a large population does matter, but like before, when it comes to Nigeria, they are not as. Once again, I'm not defending Black South Africans. Y'all know I roast them all the time, but still, you're not as industrialized as South Africa. Let's be honest about that. And the fact that you're number one in the continent is largely because you're, I think, the most populous on the continent. That's where it comes from. We gotta be honest.
So they can't people and they put money on them. I mean, what do you mean? What kind of economic this thing are you spilling?
When you have 200 million people, right? You can have a low GDP per capita and still somehow be number one.
Well, how does population
translate
to how does population translate to high GDP?
Simba, listen to Hammer. I must explain it to you.
Yeah, let's let Hammer finish his point and Lozi, and then
look at. I'm not just talking about population, because America has a similar population to Nigeria, right? Higher GDP per capita, so it's not a population thing. Once again, if you have a low GDP per capita and 200 million people, you can somehow make number one. But South Africa, because more developed, it can be 50 million, have a higher GDP per capita, and still be number 2 or 3. If Nigeria was reaching its full potential, South Africa wouldn't be close to it. You're nowhere near potential. So yes, South Africa is punching above its weight. It's more developed.
So
okay, let's come from economic angle, Hammer.
Come on.
Now,
there's an order.
Wait, Lozi, you will talk, please.
No,
let Lozi speak, please, brother.
Kaza, please, can you moderate properly? People can't just be interjecting. Kaza, just moderate. You've given time.
Let Lozi speak. Let Lozi speak.
Lozi have his 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
No, give him more.
Yeah, it's Lozi first, then you, Ola.
Yes, the point I was making earlier on was that South Africans, no matter any group you find in South Africa, be it Malawi has got a small population to us. Zimbabwe, Mozambique, all these countries, they've got large numbers of their people in South Africa as compared to the opposite. The reason is that South Africans, even a poor South African, when they move to any African country, on most cases, they are likely to be poorer than in those countries than in South Africa. Whatever the skill, I don't care about that skill, but they're likely to downgrade their standards of living by just moving there. It's just a fact. Well, we have got the top class or the middle class that has got more skills. They work for South African corporates around Africa. That's just the fact, but it's a small number still. That's what I was saying.
Lozi, I have a question very shortly, because Musanda always talks about, he's a part of South Africans, that South Africans don't have engineers. Why is he saying that?
He's probably comparing us to China, countries that are developed.
That is retarded.
Yeah, he's just
okay, guys. Let's let Ola go ahead. Ola, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Hammer, see, let me correct some kind of economic misrepresentation. Now, before you talk of GDP of a company, of a country, you have to look at the input into it. So those things you saw there, just take that GDP of Nigeria as that of the formal sector. We are talking of Nigeria that has its informal sector at over 60%. So let's say what we are seeing there is just about 30-something percent of the entire economy that they put there that represent the formal sector that is at around the GDP that is leading South Africa. And now when you look at South Africa itself, I think the informal sector is far less than, I'm not sure of the figure, I think it should be around 11 to 15%. You see the difference? So now another thing, when you want to talk of prosperity, you know, when you want to talk of prosperity, people they just divide the capital by per capita. No, you don't do it that way. For example, I make an example the other time. If I buy a plate of rice in Canada for, let's say, $15, by calculation of $1,000, $1 is equal to 800. Just multiply by 15. You know what it's going to be. You understand? That means that I'll be spending like close to 15,000 just buy a plate of rice. No, you are not going to buy a plate of rice for 15,000 in Nigeria. Probably 1,000. So see, your $1 in Nigeria can give you access to more goods than your $1 in South Africa. Let's correct that impression. So, yeah, I may be tempted to say that South Africa is more industrialized in quotes than Nigeria, because it depends on what you are talking about industry. But you have to look at the service industry too, because it's not only manufacturing that you call industry. So a lot of things. What about our estate? What about some other things? So to me, don't just make it that granular the way we are just thinking about it. As far as I'm concerned today, when we are talking of the potential, and I start to be corrected, it's just in a matter of time. Nobody, no country does more than Nigeria. Whether we like it or not, we just need to get our act together. And this act of leadership we are talking about, if we get it right, things may escalate just within 8 to 10 years. After all, it didn't take India to jump from around 80,000 megawatts of electricity to over 400,000 megawatts today. So to me, just about leadership and the way we treat ourselves, we have to be very careful. Don't let us be so myopic and think of today.
Okay, let me ask a quick question to
Ola, thank you, Ola. Yeah. Thank you very much for your submission. Can I jump? Can I just piggyback on Ola's this and then I can leave? Can I piggyback? No, can I piggyback? You can ask him the question then.
Okay.
Let me piggyback on it.
Go ahead. Your 2 minutes.
I'll ask the question. Gross domestic product. What's the definition of gross domestic product? That's GDP. Is the standard measure of the value added created through the production of goods and services in the country during a certain period. Now, for 2022, the GDP, annual GDP for Nigeria is 477,000 million in dollars, and that of South Africa is 405. So it shows Nigeria is doing much better. But in per capita, to measure how well the citizens are doing, right? You see that it is 2,237 per individual, and South Africa is 6,694 in 2002 GDP per capita. Now, we are not disputing that South Africa is a rich country. Nobody is disputing that. Now, in terms of population wise, South Africa is less than is 1/3 of the population in Nigeria. Okay, and what Ola has said is true. It's just a matter of time. Nigeria would triple what its GDP is doing in the future. So I didn't like the conversation Lizo was going with the country by country comparison. We can do that in a different context, in a different conversation or discussion. I wanted us to really speak about the problem going on in South Africa that is affecting other African nationals. Now, Lizo, if you feel I've wronged you, you are still my brother. I don't know you, but you're an African brother, and I'm sorry. I don't intend to do that. But again, I would want us to discuss within the context of conversation so that we can learn from each other. You
Why
learn
are you,
from me, and I learn
Emeka?
from
Why are you begging?
No,
What have you?
no, I can understand
I
his
don't.
emotional standpoint.
Hey, guys,
But he's the one abusing everybody, and he has not apologized. So why are you apologizing to him?
Yeah, no, it's true, Emeka. Please don't apologize.
No,
Go ahead,
you see,
Hassan.
it's my own will.
You cannot
right?
be a gentleman, Emeka. You cannot be a gentleman with having conversation with Kaizo. I mean,
don't
Lizo.
hate Losi. You don't hate
That's
Losi.
true. That's true. Yeah, guys, let's let.
Let me round up. I'm
Hassan
almost
go
wrapping
ahead.
up, right? I'm almost wrapping up. So in this context, right? You see, you know, like what Ola is saying. That's why I want to piggyback on what Ola is saying. It's a matter of time because now it's like a rich man who is lording over his wealth, not knowing that his neighbor is busy toiling and working and trying to progress. And all of a sudden, that rich man is backward. Initially, South Africa used to be better, but now we've caught up and we've surpassed them slightly, and we are still building. So, Lizo, be humble. Stay calm and be humble because you don't know what tomorrow may look like. So it's unfortunate that criminals of Nigerian descent are trying to perpetrate crime in your country. What I would say is you guys should handle that situation. Your government, if your government is irresponsible,
I don't even know, Emeka, what you are doing. I don't like it. So you are saying as if it's only Nigerians that are criminals in South Africa. They don't have criminals among themselves.
They're criminals.
It takes two to tango. If you are saying Nigerians are selling drugs, who are the buyers? If there's no buyer, there won't be any seller. So what are you talking about? I don't know why you are just being gentle and then apologizing and just talking.
Brother, so even the Nigerians are the middlemen because it's the South African drug laws that has provided the drugs
so
to the
why are you
Nigerians.
talking as if we are begging him, you are begging him, you are appealing to him, you are what you need that?
I am not only appealing to him, I am also appealing to South Africans, right?
Don't appeal to anybody. Don't let them do their work. You don't need to apologize. You don't need to appeal.
Please.
Now, guys, let's let Hassan go ahead.
What you are saying, they will use it against you.
Kaizo, can I close?
Yes. 1 second, just before you go, let's let Hassan
and let's
go.
stay muted.
Hello, everyone. I hope.
Yeah. Hold on. Let everyone stay muted.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Yes. Let me just start by saying, when you do the maths, yeah, it's obvious that indigenous South Africans do not control any significant amount of their economic prowess, and that should be the basis of the discussion in the first place. Like when people come for foreign direct investment, they don't talk to the people who are at the bottom of the bottom when it comes to people who control the levels of economic prosperity. Now these people are at the bottom of the bottom. It's unfortunate that as Africans we have to also be looking behind our backs as we try to move Africa forward. If there's anything, South Africans should take Nigeria as an example, as a moral, that first, because I think morality is the basis of any human being. You cannot just begin to talk of economics without dealing with morality, without dealing with family, without dealing with your political systems. And I'm not saying Nigeria is, a model of some sort, but you can beat your chest and have a Nigeria represent you anywhere in the world as a melanin, as an individual who has melanin all over his body. Now, although we can represent any other African, and we tend to do that a lot, and it comes from the core values that we are raised with.
What happens?
All right. Let me go ahead and just say this before.
Let me. Come on. I'm closing. I'm going, man. I want to.
No, someone muted Hassan.
All right. Let goes.
Can the brother
Okay, go ahead,
finish?
Rosie.
Can Hassan finish? He's dropping it.
Yeah, Hassan,
Lizo, calm down. Let's hear from someone else,
so
please.
one
Let's
second,
hear from
Rosie.
someone else. You've been
Hassan,
speaking
will
for
you
a long
finish?
time. Let's hear
One
from
second.
somebody else.
Hassan.
I'm like,
Guys,
Loathing say have to go, bro. Let Loathing finish.
Wait 1 second. Hassan, did you lose connection for a second?
I think Hassan finished.
Hassan has not
okay.
finished. Oh, he's lost him.
I think
It's muted.
can you just hold on? Ola, for goodness sake, man.
All right, Kaizo. I want to.
I think it was I think it was interrupted by maybe somebody needed his attention. So
yeah, so we'll finish later. Yeah, so Lozi, go ahead.
Yeah. Look, guys, I want to leave you with these envious people to waffle about South Africa and discuss South Africa. I'm going to leave now. But here's what I'm going to say. Whatever you wafflers here want to say about South Africa, carry on saying. But in our country, we will introduce our rules. We will do what we like in our country.
Kaizo, do I have the floor or does somebody else have the floor?
Hey man, come on.
Please, can you mute Lizo? Let's hear Hassan, please. We want to hear Hassan. Hassan, please speak. Mute Lizo. Thank you.
Lozi, you'll finish after Hassan. It was actually his time. He was just interrupted. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. Look, for the South Africans, who have this, the way we see South Africans in Nigeria, you see, a son of the family who has gone wayward, who has taken into drugs and is keeping to himself and is answering to the deep darkest demons, or and the devil talking to him, because there is nothing positive really about South Africa. There is nothing positive. It's unfortunate to say, but Black South Africans have let us down and again and again and again. And you hear them on Western media, berating, denigrating other Black Africans, and it hurts. It hurts. Sometimes when somebody who you fact is the one who comes after you and say the most absurd and negative things, it hurts most. But I would say this: as far as our relationship with concerned, I take South Africans as the wayward children, because they have not been able to, as a collective, as a society, grow above emotions and see things as rationally and as logically as they are. They are always into emotions and they are prone to make emotional decisions. Now, that is, something that leads to disaster. Emotional decisions have never taken any person forward. It has always, brought disaster upon the person that, thinks emotions are better over rationality. And that is the case at the end of the day. Because when you look at the metrics, even when we talk about economics, in Nigeria, Nigerians control almost every means of production. Even if there is a foreign, investor, Nigerians will ensure that they are part of the mix, maybe 40, 50 or more than percent. The richest person, in Africa is a Nigerian, and that is the Nigerian spirit talking to you. In essence, who is the richest person in South Africa? There are Indians and Boers and foreign people. So it is unfortunate at the end of the day when you look at the things at their microcosms, and the way these South Africans tend to think is like they are thinking in one corner of the world, and somehow, because it is delusional for somebody to think the world revolves around them. The way I think South Africans think is that they think like they are in heaven, like that hellhole that is called South Africa is some kind of heaven. It's unfortunate. We leave South Africans to come here in Nigeria. You look at MTN, you look at Sprite, you look at DSTV. They have invested billions of dollars worth of investment in Nigeria, and nobody is pointing a finger at them. So why should they be targeting and killing for that instance and Nigerians? This has not been happening like yesterday. It's been happening for years, and we've been taking receipts. And I don't think there is any point in anybody trying to sugarcoat what South Africans at their core really are. There are exceptions, of course. You will not make generalizations, but it is unfortunate that when we speak of South Africans, I will have to make this generalization, because this is the only way that some of them can get it in their thick skull. There are people who, embrace stereotyping, they enjoy prejudice, and they enjoy discrimination. It's unfortunate, and I spit out of my mouth as I talk about a fellow African who he is somehow above other Africans because he is in some form of semi-apartheid system, that he thinks that it is because he's in a ghetto and he thinks he rules that ghetto, somehow he has some form of superior divine advantage over other Africans. Let me just leave the floor like this, and we can continue to discuss.
Beautiful speech,
Okay,
beautiful speech, lovely.
Kaizo, can I close, please?
Yeah,
I need
go
to
ahead,
close.
Lozi. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, what you had there is the usual waffle of bashing South Africans. We used to that. But anyway, my point is these buffoons are gonna baffle here, and I'm gonna leave it to the most South Africans don't even call it these panels. I defended my people. I said what I had.
Can we allow him to continue to insult other people? Can we allow him to insult people? No. Can we? No. Now I think we should go. Can we allow this guy to continue to insult people? Can we allow him? No, Kaizo, no. If he's going on that rant, he should be muted. We can't allow him to go on. We can't allow insults on this platform. It is wrong. If he cannot keep to it, then let him get out. So if he can't keep, kick him out. He's a buffon. Let him just get out. Let him go learn some manners. Let him go learn some manners. We can't allow insults. He must learn how to speak without insulting anybody. He has to learn how to speak without insulting anybody. The moment he goes into it, kick him out. Just kick him out.
Wasn't Hazani insulting South Africans? Wasn't Hazani
insulting
South Africans? Yes, but wasn't that good insulting South Africans?
Please just finish your point and then don't insult them. Go ahead.
So I want these inferior, envious people towards us South Africans to continue. But there's one thing that they share in common. They are all crying that they are victims in our country as opposed to for big warawara. We are not crying to be in any one man's country. If you tell us to leave your country, we have got a better home. We will pack our things and leave. The beggars are the ones who are crying xenophobia. If you build your own country and make your country great, you will be here hating on South Africans. I leave this message to Africans. Build your own countries, make them prosper, and stop bitching about South Africa. Thank you, Kaiser.
No, we are only saying that South African are low IQ. That is all that we are saying.
Okay,
I used to think that education is the problem African or most African have. But hearing this guy, he seems like a very educated person. I'm beginning to change my thoughts that education is not the problem. We have a really fundamental.
Des, you have to speak up a bit. We can barely hear you speak.
All right. I said I used to think education was the problem that most Africa has because we're not educated enough, so we don't understand or we don't see things in a different light. But hearing this guy, I don't know if his name is Enzo, I think. I need to change my mentality. We have this core black nature problem. I don't know what is wrong with our DNA as a black person. It's really I don't know, because if you see most white people, they are doing good. Like a lot of you mentioned here, the only reason South Africa is as good as it is because they have a lot of white people there. And I don't know why it should be the same thing. That why should we depend on these white people? Why do our DNA reek of xenophobic, tribalism, all sorts of negative things? I feel is a DNA problem at this point. Hearing Enzo is just my contribution right now. Thank you. I can speak some other time.
No, my problem is the discussion.
Right. Can I come in now, guys?
No, after me. I'm very short. I just wanted, because I'm someone who loves, like Kaiser, I love stats. I love to go into the deep when I want to understand the topic. The problem for me was that every time you ask the South African for some evidence, there is evidence. We watched all the interview with the Nigerian ambassador. The state of South Africa has stats, but for some reason, when you ask to South Africans, okay, where are stats? Can we locate in which areas, in which regions there is? They never show anything. And that is my problem. That's why I say, hey, if you want to have a low IQ argument about feelings, do it. But he always cries about, oh, don't call us low IQ because we do low IQ actions. Guy, when you act on feelings or not facts, you're low IQ. Like, why are you mad that we're calling you out? I don't get Lozy. That is the only thing I don't get. Then you do low IQ actions. When we call you out, you get mad. Come on, man. You are an elder. You're an elder. You're nearly 20 years older than me, and you're acting like a child. Come on, man. Stop.
I mean, look, if you look at it this way, what Enzo is talking about is not different from what a lot of us are doing in different whichever country we're coming from. I mean, you see, let's take my Nigerian for example. You see a lot of, I mean, what's the difference between tribalism and xenophobic? To me, there's no different at all. It's just people trying to say, okay, this is mine, don't come and take it, or don't come and benefit what my tribe or what my country is giving out for me. I mean, we do it. We criticize Enzo, but we actually do it in our own country, one way or another. So that's why I said I'm beginning to think this is a DNA problem from the black mentality, and I don't know how to solve it at this point.
Right. Okay. It's this since what's his name? Aphrodemos came in and accused me of being no, basically I support criminality. I'm actually no. I'm getting involved in a Nigerian issue. I'm not Nigerian, and I'm supporting criminality. It should not be tolerated in any country, in any nation at all. But then his defense was, it's all right for South Africans to commit criminality in their country. So he came in, pretending to Mr. Intelligent. But when he listened to himself after this tape is done, he can realize how much he's actually contradicted himself so much. It's actually quite pitiful. But unfortunately, he's not here.
Afrodamus is a low IQ Gambian. Come on. We know how Gambian.
Now listen there. Afrodemos people and my people are very close, yeah. We love each other, but he's not Gambian. The way he think, yeah, he don't think like Gambian, bro. How many Gambians you see on his platform? They don't come there because they don't agree with what he does anyway. Yeah, simple as that. That's the way me and him we're family. We related in some way. Our people been together for thousands of years, and we still are. We live, we share community. But trust me, his people don't think like him. Yeah, so I don't think like him.
Well,
That's why
which people are you referring to?
Afrodemos people and my people are very close people. We're almost like brothers, yeah. But me and him, we're like brothers, yeah. I know his people, he know my people, but I don't think like him. He don't think like me. That's why we clash. It's an ideology difference.
I think there's the same thing the last speaker just said. Why are we having all these complex issues? Why?
I think it's inferior complexity. People are not. We have so many black people in the world that been made to feel, right? They've been made to feel that they're nothing.
Emeka, the problem. The problem. Instead of force,
waiting for you guys. 1 second. They actually been made to feel, yeah, by the others that they're nothing. So they actually believed it. Inside them, they believe they're nothing. So how can you counter this kind of people? And they'll be going into different platforms and spewing nonsense and trolling different people, instead of looking at the next person, what they're doing to get it right, and say, okay, maybe I might get things wrong. Let's work this out. Because I've been listening to you guys. I've been driving from Wales back to England, right? It sounds like you're going around the table. Everything I said earlier and the question I did ask before I got interrupted, it's been discussed. This guy that is coming in here, trolling you guys from South Africa, you shouldn't give him time. That's my opinion. It's only a xenophobe. It's only a xenophobe that will support a xenophobe. It's only a bigot that will support a bigot. The language that the guy
about that. We don't even care about that. We just wanted to know, okay, how exactly does it function in South Africa? We just wanted to know that.
That's good for you, mate. But
the only thing he gave us is feelings. My feelings, man.
What are you talking about?
I talk about Afrodamus and Lozy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They just basically what they do is it's emotional, and also, as I said, it's self-esteem. When your self-esteem is low, you need to do something to actually sort it out by either get counseling or be around a group or start thinking, go back to your roots. Sometimes that might help you back, to realize how great you are, because he came from great people. Aphrodemos, he came from great people. I came from great people. So he should go back to that and start back from the beginning. That's my advice I'll give to him. But anyway, regarding this topic, yeah, Losey shouldn't be giving time. I'm actually really angry at you guys that you let this guy came in here and talk so much rubbish, and you letting him actually interrupting the brothers. We West Africans shouldn't be tolerating this kind of things. No one should be treating our people like that. If a criminal committed crime in your country, deport them back. But why are you going to go on a large scale and targeting the entire group and claiming the old drug dealers and the old criminals? I mean, imagine if a European country do that to us, we be out there, oh, Black Lives Matter, blah blah blah. But white people are looking at our own black people in a white dominated country in our own ancestral land, looking at black people actually is laughable. Listen, the first time I heard of this, it was a white guy that actually told me about this. He said I find it hilarious, right? And it just shows how by looking at that from the media, from the outside, how can you ever respect the black race? No wonder why no one respected us, and no one will never get the respect that we deserve as long as we carry on like this.
Chill. We know that.
Don't tell me to chill, bro. Let me be quiet for a minute. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I know you're smart. You're a smart dude, bro. I know you're snake man. I know you're smart. I listen to you. But the reality is, some of these idiots need to be taught.
No, you must understand. Those people will do nothing. Come on, 80% is controlled by the white people. Like if the Boer is a Boerish party, it's a party of the Boers. Would actually be xenophobic. Then I would start sweating. But if some low IQ country, South African into backwoods say, "Oh, we're forming a party," that doesn't mean shit in South Africa.
I'm really surprised with Lizo, right? I asked him I was trying to, throw some banter at him, and he made a statement that really shocked the bone marrow of my soul, of my body. He said he would never date a woman. He would never date a woman who has dated a Nigerian before. It stems from jealousy.
Do you know what colorism is in South Africa? Colorism. That is a massive.
But Emeka, I would only say that. I'll say that you're in the wrong there, because I think you should have seen the evil spirit that the brother was coming with.
No, I joined late, right? I thought he was really. I joined very late, right? I thought I was speaking to someone who you could try to make some points, and he would be able to concede specific things. He wasn't discussing about the context of the conversation. He went about on a rant to compare countries.
Before Nigerians, it was Zimbabwean was targeted in South Africa. I remember that years ago, like yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
They was targeting these people. When you allow this is what I always say about people that are tribalistic and xenophobe, right? If you give them an inch, they will go for that tribe or that group. When they finish with that, they will come for the next one, and after that, they will never stop. It's like a bully. You need to stop.
MK. There was a Somali brother here who was talking about it, and the South Africans say, "Oh, we don't care about your people." Like, don't try to deflect. Once again, me, Kaizo, had discussion, basically dick measuring context about our countries, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya against each other. And what we realized, me and Kaiser, is when it comes to South Africa, Losi loses IQ points, like it goes straight negative. No facts, only feeling. That's why I'm not angry about Losi. I just thought, hey, we can have a productive conversation where he can finally show the stats. And he couldn't, because it's all based on feelings. Like when Kaizo talks about Kenya, he can bring the stats, even if I hate it sometimes, because Kenya is not better than Nigeria. Fuck you. But Lozi is a lost case. Like I had rather have a discussion about South Africa with Magnesium Musanda. Musanda is retarded.
Hello.
Yeah, it's a sad case, right?
My worries now is this, and I don't really want to use the same brush to paint the entire people. It seems that even though we've got that freedom physically, but it's like mentally, we are still enslaved. So we don't. So that's the representation of what I got from Lozi today, because if I tell you that I'm not sure, because it's like someone saying, you will see me keep saying jungle justice, jungle justice. Like someone seems to say the way for us to maintain our civility is to go on jungle justice. Now, I feel someone that is saying it now, that this thing they did to Nigeria was never, so they've even done to some people before. So, not even Zimbabwe alone. I've heard of other African countries that these people they went after. It's unfortunate, and right in South Africa, they will never go against anybody from who is not from Africa. So this thing is pure hatred, and I don't know what we can do to cure our brothers from that.
No, Ola, it's not a trade. It's actually, if you see people with low esteem, you understand? Even if you see one of their political leader, Malema, he said it, they can't even look at the face of the white South Africans. Once they are talking to them, they'll be jittery. So the only thing they can do is to attack a fellow black that they think that they have equal opportunity against. And so that's the major problem.
I still don't think you guys are being fair. Like I said, I'm not a South African. I'm by no chance defending anything that he said. I think it's barbaric in nature. But when you look at it holistically, yeah, and you're looking at, let's remove South Africa, let's go to Nigeria, my country, and you go to what
It's
happened
not
recently.
Nigeria. Des, don't bring that one here. That is not Nigeria that we are discussing here. Don't bring that one. No. I will not allow you to go that route.
Why won't you
Don't bring
allow
that
me
one.
go that route?
It's not the topic here. It's not about Nigeria. We are talking about South Africa.
Please,
So don't bring that route here.
Can we stick to the topic, please?
You
Can we
can't.
stick to
You
the
can't
topic?
say.
Can we stick to the topic? Can we stick to the topic?
Continues to rise.
I will not allow you to bring that to go that route.
No, we have to go
No,
there.
let's stick to the topic, please. When we want to discuss Nigeria, we'll bring Nigeria up. Please, let's stick to the topic.
The toll of Nigerians killed in South Africa has continues to rise, with another two being the latest victims in an ongoing xenophobic attack on foreigners in that country. The latest victims
damn,
were
that's
stabbed
nice.
to death during xenophobic attacks in Johannesburg and Cape Town on April 5 and 6, respectively. The Assistant Public Relations Officer, Nigeria Union in South Africa, Nusa Odefa Ikele, confirmed the killings on Monday. Bonnie Uwoha, 48, from Uboma in Imo State, was stabbed to death at about 11:45 p.m. on April 6, 2019, in Johannesburg. According to reports, his assailant followed him from 152 Hay Street, Toffontein, and thereafter stabbed and killed him in front of his gate at Tough Road, Toffontein. Ikele said the killing had been reported and a case of murder opened at the Boyens police station in Johannesburg South. He said that another Nigerian, Goziem Akmeyi, also lost his life in similar circumstance on the 5th of this month. Ikele.
You said it's something about this story. It also depicts their weakness, right? Because the guys who they are considering perpetrating the drugs, they can't even face them. They go around targeting innocent, law-abiding Nigerians and destroying their businesses and or other foreign nationals, African nationals, and destroying their businesses and inflicting pains and injuries on them. The main
people are coming here to defend that.
The main guys who perpetrates the crime, those guys are highly weaponized. You can't face them. They shoot you out and they blast you with their guns. So this is just weak men, jealous men, barbaric men, savages who take laws into their hands. And, like somebody rightly said, these are low self-esteemed men. How can a man come here and say, because a woman dated a Nigerian, I will never date her? Your own national. That is beyond comprehension. Please, I yield.
Please, Emeka, who is in charge of
Akene? See, we are talking about, like I said, we can talk about problems from now to tomorrow. So when someone said I shouldn't start talking about other countries, then you're not ready to face the actual problem. You just want to complain and complain and complain without actually trying to get to the root cause of the problem. So that's what I don't understand. See,
No, Des, before I said it, and if you maybe you are just
No,
joining and you don't
Simba,
know where
please,
we started
please,
from.
please, let him speak, Simba. Let him speak. We are going to counter him, please.
yeah. So I was saying in the sense of what happened. Let's take Lagos as an example, because we know that Lagos is the best, or in quotes, the most economic state or city in Nigeria, and a lot of people run to Lagos. And what transpired is, recently, even now, you can still see some people saying, if you're people should leave Lagos. Even I've heard some comment like they should start giving them passport if they try to enter Lagos in your own country. So I don't see that. I mean, I see intelligent people make this comment, and you start to wonder if if the reverse was the case, and Nigeria was doing better than South Africa, and South Africa was coming to Nigeria. I mean, there's so many chances that we're gonna have xenophobians in Nigeria. There's a lot of tendencies that shows it. So you can't say because these people or these people. It's just black mentality, and we need to start finding out how to cure that cancer, because it's a cancer. We need to start
But
finding out how to cure it.
the reason for that is that many of you allow politicians to trick you, make you hate your fellow citizen because of politics. The people sometimes the politician you are fighting for, they are not enemy. I will tell you today, Obi and Tinubu currently, they are not enemy. They will, maybe for now till the next 1 year or more, they will meet personally, sit in the same room and
You see
discuss.
why I'm saying that they
So
should not
they
bring
are
that
not
one
enemies.
now. We want to
This is not
we want to
politics
change it to
matter.
Nigerian politics now.
It
No,
is
This
don't
is
let
not
us go
politics
that route.
matter. No, let's even go down to fundamental. Even okay, let me give you an example.
Des,
Let me give
No,
you an
let's stick to
example.
stick
Yeah.
to the
No,
topic, so guys.
this is a simple
Des.
They will
example.
change the whole narration now and to become a Nigerian
No,
affair. So that's
No,
why
we
I'm
don't
saying
need
Des,
to.
that
We don't
just
please.
need to
just
change
not
the
We
bring
have
that
narrative.
one.
Let
other
me
African nationals here.
let's
Des, please. Let's
let's
respect
leave
them,
it to
please. We have
let's
other
forget about
even the
Nigeria.
moderator is not a Nigerian.
This is
The moderator
the
is not a
owner. This is
Nigerian.
not
Please.
one man
All
show.
the
This is not
Yes.
one man show. This.
This is not one man show. Please, can we respect other Africans that are on this
Yeah, let's
platform,
respect.
please?
It's not one man show.
Yeah.
You're right.
So
Let's discuss
if
the
it's
main.
time for Nigerians discussion, we can
We
discuss
can do
that.
it
We
later,
can
bro. We
trash
can do it
ourselves,
later, bro.
but
Don't
let's
worry.
respect other Africans that even Black Americans are also here. Can we respect them too, please? And
okay.
discuss what they yes.
Let's
Focus on the
basically
context of the discussion. Thank
blame
you.
South
Our
Africans. All right.
sometimes
Mm.
our internal issue we need to deal with it
One thing, Des.
internally. So let's
Yes.
discuss.
I don't really want to go that
Yes,
route with
yes.
you because already you brought something that is totally different that incomparable to this, and the way the thing is going that may burn down the forum when we go to that. Like just Emeka said, and Simba, I now realize why Simba was actually preventing such kind of statements. Honestly, that was very unnecessary because this is totally different from the situation.
No, don't say you're basically what I see is people
All right,
deceiving
that point
themselves.
has
That's
been
what I'm
made.
seeing
So
here. I'm
that
sorry.
point has been made. Just get back to the topic. Just
If you look,
All
okay,
right, let me get back
let's
to the topic.
analyze this issue. If you look, we all are fighting for Nigerians here. But if you look, majority of people who go to South Africa are our brothers, you know. So let me not mention the name. So currently, we are fighting for Nigerians. We are not saying Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Edo here. So let's focus on
No,
Nigerians
USC. He
and
just
the
listen to
South
that
Africans.
video now, and the majority of the people that were mentioned in that video that were killed are actually our brothers from the east. So I don't know why just going that route. When you want to, I don't know why you just like exposing, and I don't know what you want to gain from this.
Anybody know me over here? I always fight with Lozi. I always fight with Lozi. Defend Nigeria here. I don't care if they are from what part in Nigeria. Yes, when it comes to politics, we can fight ourselves internally.
Here we discuss about Africa. We are not discussing about each country. We are talking about this. It's not only Nigeria that they are attacking in South Africa. They are attacking other African nationalities. So why will you now come here and say and be bringing
No,
and
he's
be
all right.
talking
He's all
about
right. I
Obi
think
and whatever
UFC is all
here?
right. UFC is normally a good marathon, man. He's normally good.
If you look at the whole issue, this xenophobia issue, it normally affects Nigeria a little bit. It's not like they rampantly kill Nigeria. They normally kill other Africans. Just that we are the
Somalians, Ethiopians, yes.
Speak out. Yes, they kill Ethiopians more, but we speak out more and defend ourselves. The Ethiopians will just keep quiet. You don't see them, but we are the ones standing for every other person.
Exactly. I'm just wondering the offense that
now.
Ethiopia committed, because
it's not a Nigerian guy who killed the taxi driver.
It's a Tanzanian guy who shoot dead the taxi driver.
Not a Nigerian.
No, not a Nigerian. With a pistol, with a handgun that he snatched it from the officer.
So those guys selling drugs, they are Brown Street. They are not a Nigerian.
No. There's not even Nigeria that is selling drugs. Tanzanians.
No Nigerians there.
The Pretoria, you see the whole of Pretoria.
Yeah.
You see drugs is in the hands of Tanzanian. This is their territory. At night they rob people in front of our eyes. They choke you, they take laptop, your phone, your shoes. They go.
Was F-Man not from Pretoria?
Why they always mention Nigeria?
For me to say why are they always mentioning a Nigerian? It is what you call a frame or a one rotten potato spoil the whole bag. You understand? It is something which they have been said long before.
Long before, now it continues.
Then it's a little continua. Even if my brother is innocent from Nigeria, like now, you guys, you are not involved in this shit. It's Tanzanians that are involved. You understand? But the whole media, the whole people, the whole world, they make people to believe that Nigerians are the one who killed a taxi driver, which is a lie. Taxi driver is shooting by what? By Tanzania.
You were there too, right?
You remember?
It's not a Nigerian guy.
Tazo, you remember I think this is the third day running we're discussing this, or second day running, and I said yes. Somebody, I think it was someone who brought it up, that they are trying to poison the consciousness of South Africans, right? And that I think another panelist also mentioned that they were also attacking Zimbabweans. When the Zimbabweans got tired, they left. Now the focus is on Nigerians, because the whites do not want the blacks to focus on them. So it's a consciousness they are pushing. It's a propaganda they are promoting.
Emeka, let me tell you one thing. What they are trying to do is that the black South African cannot challenge the whites there. It's Nigerians that are giving them tough time.
Hold on, that Simba, right? The blacks, with apartheid, they fought. So at some point, the blacks, were burning down businesses belonging to. They chased the Indians too. Burning down businesses belong to the white South Africans, the Indian South Africans. But again, then the narrative now changed to the Zimbabweans. And the Zimbabweans now, they've changed that narrative now to the Nigerians. If Nigerians leave, it will probably now change to the Tanzanians. So what they're doing is they keep them busy on the propaganda, so they keep finding who they will blame for their economic impoverishment and their lazy attitude and their mentality. So if Nigerians say, okay, we are tired of you guys, let's leave, they will focus on the Tanzanians. From the Tanzanians, they probably will go to the Senegalese. From the Senegalese, they keep just doing that because they want to get themselves preoccupied and look for who to blame rather than do an introspection on themselves and better their life.
But Emeka, you must understand, when people fall for that trick, would that not be a sign of low intelligence when to always fall for the same trick?
Yeah, but is the man lazy as they portray as most?
No, ask their women. Ask their women. Their women will tell you. How do you know? If you want to know the man of a particular group or country or state, you just ask the women. The women will tell you how their men behave. The men won't just come out to tell you, "Oh, we are lazy." Just do it. I think Kaiser played a very funny clip. Ask the women will tell you. And again, you know, even friends and family who visit South Africa from Nigerians, you see that their women really like Nigerian men, because Nigerian men, yes, we are flashy, yes, we go about, we are flamboyant, right? But the women really like Nigerian men because Nigerian men take good care of them. So the men are very, very angry and jealous.
Yeah, because a lot of my brothers that dwell in South Africa are already married with South African ladies, and they are doing very fine. The ladies are very happy to marry them. They have a
That's
home. Yeah,
why they are angry.
I have a lot of I have at least 3 cousins South African. 3 cousins
No, they're
South
angry.
African.
We had
So
a South African here.
why are
We
they
had
angry with their
we
fellow
had a
African
South
brothers?
African man here who said that he will never date a South African woman who has dated a Nigerian. He said it here. You
Because
can confirm to the panel.
they feel that Nigerian men treat their women more better than they treat their own women. How can they be treating their women that other people make their women more happy?
So that is not
So
the problem.
why should they be angry?
The problem is that we want to find out what is happening, and every time a South African came up, we showed them stats, we showed them interviews and other things disputing their quote unquote facts. They never brought us anything. And like now, so in the chat, the champion F-Man, that was a Nigerian brother who lived in the area of Pretoria. When he said that all the drug dealers in Pretoria, around 60%, I asked him the question, are Nigerian. Now we have an interview and a video of a local South African tell you that Pretoria is Tanzanian clay. Tanzanian drug dealers are controlling all the drug trades in Pretoria. So what is it now? Is that what I mean? That's why I asked the South African, can you show us some evidence? I just want the evidence, and they could never show us evidence. And then I said, okay, it's pointless. So South Africans are emotional and don't listen to logic. So let's end that debate, go back to being dusty. We can insult each other, but hey, having an intelligent conversation with facts and logic about South Africa with a South African, it's nearly impossible. Like it's impossible.
Hello.
For me, I don't understand
Even
the reason.
Emeka, what you are referring to, that the guy said that whenever any lady that in Nigeria have dated, he can never date. Why did you see it as an insult? It's just the inferiority complex. No woman in South Africa will date in Nigeria, because that woman will never date a South African again.
No, I
You understand?
didn't see it as an
So
insult.
don't see it as an insult.
I saw it as hate.
To be honest,
it's not a hate. It's not a hate. It's inferiority complex. A woman that has enjoyed a Nigerian man, that has seen the way the Nigerian man has treated her, will never date a South African man. So that's the way you should see it.
You know why that comment really touched me was this, like you saying, oh, you also, because you are associating with yourself with someone, I also hate you too. So that is deep rooted hate. And if that person is not taken for therapy, those kind of people can go on self-destruction, right? So for you to make that kind of comment, it shows that something is really wrong with you. I was really taken aback by that, and at that point, I was like, whatever this guy is saying.
Emeka, you see what is happening. What is happening in those African countries, that when our men come there, this is not only in South Africa, it's also in Mozambique. I have a lot. My uncle is there, my brother is there. I have a lot of them, and they all have both Mozambique and the South African ladies. They all have children. I have cousins scattered both in Mozambique and the South Africa. So I begin to ask them why. These girls enjoy them. They come to their house, they take care of them, and when they see the way Nigerian men take care of them, they don't want to go. So it's inferiority complex, as Simba said. Most of those guys, they don't want to take care of their women.
Yeah.
I have a lot of them. So if you are hating your fellow Africans because your women love them the way they. Are you not happy that your fellow African guys are taking care of your women? Is it a bad
No,
thing to do?
they want the white man to take over. They want the white man to take over their women instead.
I
That's
don't
what they want.
know.
It sound like
You
it.
have Africans scattered everywhere. If I don't, I have cousins. I mean it. I say I have cousins. I have I have met all of my brothers that are staying in South Africa. All of them have children. They have wives. They're married legitimately, and they're taking care of them very well. They come to Nigeria. They they come home with their children. They stay in holidays in Nigeria, and they still go back to their countries. Not only South Africa, Mozambique. I have a lot of relation there. So why are they seeing their fellow African brothers as a threat? They're not killing your women. They're taking care of them. They're giving birth to you. They're giving birth to you in your country. So why are you killing your brothers? Why are you killing your brothers?
Let me even say this. It's not, as I said earlier, it's not economic situation that make people to migrate. Nigerians still go to a country where Nigeria is better than. We can survive anywhere because of our ruggedness, because of our hard work, and because of our skill. An average South African black cannot survive in any African country, and it's not because the economy is better. It will find it very difficult. It cannot survive it.
They cannot.
So what are you talking about?
So, Simba, you see, if you go to, I'm telling you for a fact, if you go to Mozambique today, that Mozambique is bubbling. It's because of Nigerians doing business here. I'm very sure of that.
I don't know what is going on. You know my contribution to this now. You know my contribution.
Let me try
Over
to play
time,
devil's
the way we are
advocate for a
coming
little
out,
bit.
the way we are coming out to voice our concern and to tell them to their face, to let them know that we do not approve of what we are doing. Over time, it's going to change their orientation. You know, Nigeria fell in that category before. Only that Nigeria were not after Ghanaians, just the way they are after every African country, because Ghana must go was a very sad situation. I must say that. But
well, looking at
now you're getting my point.
Ola, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this for a fact. Let me tell you this for a fact. And if you don't know, if you don't know history, I will tell you. Don't talk about Ghana must go. It was Ghana that did that after the 1969, during the time of Kotoka and the Achembok, the military regime in Ghana. They were the one that sent Nigeria packing. My father was a victim that time. My brother, elder brother, was just 1 year old when they sent them away from Ghana. So don't just go to that one that
Simba, what are you talking about? Simba.
Ghana used to be a charity basket case for West Africa. They used to go everywhere as immigrant Ghanaians.
We know why Ghana came to Nigeria, because that was when
let them speak. Let them speak. Then Ola, then Al. So let's not speak over each other.
Yeah, Oman. We know why Ghana came to, migrated a lot in Nigeria, because that was when oil was discovered, and Nigeria had a really high prospect of doing well. So
you see,
Ghana
when
started migrating.
Yes, you are just. When was oil discovered in Nigeria? When was the oil? No, you can't be talking. When was the oil discovered in Nigeria?
I know what I'm saying. Just
you don't know what you are saying. I'm very sorry.
Do your fact check, then come and argue with me,
sorry,
please.
Simba, let him speak, then Ola, then Al, and then we'll start to wrap it up after that. So I'll carry on at this.
Yeah. So what happened, like this other guy said before Simba, Ghana must go was a sad situation, And I forgot before this, I even wanted to say something. I wanted to play devil's advocate, basically. So I don't know why people are hammering too much in South Africa. They have a very good economy. Nobody can deny that fact. Their country is good. A lot of people are going there to make money. You can't deny that fact. Whether it is the white man or a black man is doing it for them, it doesn't matter. You that is going to America, US, whatever, is still a white man doing the whole job. So don't start having this thing about white men or white men. It doesn't matter anywhere.
You don't start
The
to. You
fact
don't start to.
I don't want to be attacked though, but I'm saying that
Yes,
the
I will interject you after this.
No,
okay,
I'm waiting for
okay.
Vince, please.
No,
I'm
he
waiting for
just
the
doesn't
floor.
understand what the conversation was. He just
I
He
know
can't.
what
doesn't,
the
and he doesn't want
conversation
to.
is.
No,
I know.
Des
No. Let me
no.
talk,
I know
Simba.
you now. I know you. I
I
know the level
perfectly
of
know
your
what.
the way.
Okay.
I perfectly know what the conversation is, but I'm going in a different direction because we are not actually seeing the problem. I'm seeing us talking about basically complaining. That is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing complaints on complaints, and I don't like complaints. I want solutions when people are trying to say
The
something.
question that we're asking,
Even
yeah,
if
why are blacks? Why are we doing this to ourselves? That is the question.
Thank you.
Why Africans are doing this to ourselves? That is the question. So it's not about
Let
complaining.
me
We are
say
not
this.
complaining.
Let me say this. You see, in our own space, our politics is different. We are talking about Africans entirely. Why should African hate a fellow African? If you go to American where you people are staying, I hear you people talk about Black Lives Matter, all that and all that. And you African are supposed to come together and fight that cause. Even in your own space, you are fighting your fellow African brothers. It doesn't make any sense to me. Forget about our politics and differences in our own space. We see. I don't know what is happening to African. What Africa are supposed to do is to come together and fight the bad leaders we have in our space, not fighting your fellow Africans. Because we are happy when me as a Nigerian, I'm happy when good things happen to any African country. When I say any African country moving forward, it's a thing of joy to me. I like it because it's easy for me to travel to any African country than to travel to Europe or any other West African. So you see, but when I see African dehumanizing a fellow African in their own space, it makes me feel bad. The reason is I have a lot of. If I tell you, I have a lot of brother. I mean immediate brothers in South Africa and Mozambique. They have stayed there for many years. I have people that I have a cousin brother that have stayed in South Africa for more than 30 years. I have an uncle that has stayed in Mozambique for more than 25 years. So,
Let me
and I
respond to
know,
this before he misreads.
yeah, I'm responding to this. I want to make this understand that we are not fighting Nigerians. We are fighting. We are trying to solve or speak the truth what is happening in our African space. We're not talking about Nigerian. We're talking about how to make Africa better. I love African countries. I love African countries doing well. I have a lot of. You see, I have a lot of brothers in Ghana, in South Africa, in Mozambique. These three countries. It's easy for me to go there and visit them. So when I see South African fighting another African brother or a Nigerian, it doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make me happy at all. The last time it happened, I know what my cousin brother lost in South Africa. He lost business, others and others, and that will come back again. I don't know who will be the next. So why should they be doing that? You see, it's not that the people I know, these guys are not violent. If my cousin brother or my brother is violent or doing something bad where he's staying, I will not be speaking about him. These guys are the people that have a legit business. So the other one has a supermarket. The other one he's doing a motor business. So why are they? The other one they close his shop, they loot his shop, and it's all about stealing. It's just all about jealousy. They come about steal your shop, loot your shop, do everything that they want just because it's their country, and they never think about the relationship we share together as African brothers. It's not good at all. I have a lot of cousins that I'm very proud of them. I can send you their pictures. A lot of fine cousins that was given birth to us by South African ladies.
Can I ask you a question?
No,
what
let
does
me respond to you, please.
Right, before you ask that question, let us document Vin's voice, who's just coming into the conversation. And then after Vin speaks, I'm going to shut down the live stream, but the conversation can still go on in the backstage. But let's hear from Vin, and then I'll shut down the stream, but you guys can carry on. Vin, let's hear from you.
Thank you so much. Am I coming out clear?
Yes, you carry on.
Okay. Forgive me, I am in my farm and there are a lot of breeze, blowing around me. So I hope you people will bear with me. Good evening to all of you from the city of Bolgatanga in Upper East. My country was mentioned, and that is the reason why I, switch on the up to the link to come in. As it is said, no, no, you cannot shave a man's head in his absence. Ghana, in as much as I hate Ghana must go, in Nigeria around 1983, that time I was still in primary school. I hate what my own country, Ghana, did to Nigerians in Ghana. It was not Kotoka or Achampong or whatever. It was Buzia, late President Buzia, that brought out what we call Aliens Compliance Act. Aliens Compliance Act that chased Nigerians out of Ghana. They lost so much in Ghana. Most of the markets you see today in Ghana, like Mokola Market and so on and so forth, were developed by Nigerians. I hated it as a Ghanaian. I never liked that attitude, that policy that chased fellow African brothers and sisters out of my country, Ghana. It was rude, it was barbaric. Okay? So if it was Ghanaians, my own people that started that expulsion of Nigerians from Ghana. What Nigerians did in 1983 during Shagari's time was what I called retaliatory. It was also bad, and I condemned it. Africans cannot, at this time, be chasing their brothers and sisters away. We have something in common. We have something in common. We are Africans. We don't supposed to engage in such things. As it's happening today, I have the last born of my mom is in South Africa. He's a pharmacist working there, married to a Zimbabwean woman from Bulawayo, and they have 2 children there. These things will definitely affect them, but I believe that where he is, most of this xenophobic attack don't happen to those areas, because he is in a place where the top big guys in South Africa lives. So these things must not be encouraged to happen.
Just stay right. We get it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, brilliant. Well done, Vin. Let me just take this opportunity to acknowledge the super chatters. We have Alexis, so that's Alexis right there. We have Zulia, who came in with the super chat as well. We have the Capriono, so there he is. Nakmizi, a regular on the Kaizo space. The man in the bow tie, James Bond, that's Ike Ogiome right there. Nakmizi still carries on insisting, but he will have the final word, Ike Ogiome. Ola comes in on the one-man space, so that's Ola right there, coming into the conversation with the super chat. So, and then Nakmizi is still insisting, but Ola has the final word, rattling off a series of super chats. So thank you all. So the conversation carries on in the comment section. So this is going to rest on all of the platforms that is being streamed at as a video. So you can continue to interact with the stream even when we go offline. So we go offline here only to reconvene on another stream. I'll leave it here. You carry the conversation on in the comment section. The conversation on the screen will carry on in the backstages, and peace.